well, we'll figure that out. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, I actually missed the timer there a little bit. Let's get this started. The first round of the day is going to be a solo Sprite. And I'm just going to name the boy Sprite here. To identify the save files, the goal is to have 3 save files at the end of the day. Or, well, at the end of the stream more specifically. I'll let you choose. Thank you very much. 2086, I really appreciate that. I really do. Blindfolded death runs. I'm not sure about death, but I will die, most likely. I will also need to figure out how to traverse certain areas. I will also need to figure out how to handle enemies. A lot of it will just probably take a while, like 2 or 3 streams. Maybe I'll try to get a full run done with blindfold if it's fun enough, which I hopefully it's going to be. Oh, by the way, on the left side you can also see everything has initially $1. That is just so it doesn't look terrible. But that's the basic starting set. Bonsai Beer actually yesterday already donated 5 and said, hey, can you put this towards Legend of Mana for the next 12-hour challenge? And I said, sure, why not? So that's why that is like this. Free save files, is the 100% save file already gone? No, 100% save file is already going to be there. You can have up to 4 save files in this game here. I currently have 200% save files actually, just so I don't accidentally save over it. And I do have actually I have 2 German copies of this game, just kind of by virtue of... I thought my friend had basically lent it from me, and eventually he gave me back my Secret of Mana, and it ended up not actually being my Secret of Mana. So yeah, I have 2 German copies. I have 1 Japanese copy, just kind of that came in bundle with the Seiken Densetsu 3 copy. And I just kind of figured, well, why not? Might as well play that sometime. And then I also have, well, this one here. I only have 1 NTSC English copy. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. What is a solo character challenge run? That is basically, you just pick 1 character, in this case the Sprite, and you only ever use that 1 character for everything that is possible. Which means, in certain instances, I need the boy, more specifically, I need the boy to get up to, well, acquiring the Sprite really. Then I will go and do as much as possible with just the Sprite alone, and there will be a few instances where I will need the lady for opening up passages, like in the Grand Palace for example, with her laser beam. But that's about it. Other than that, the entirety of the game, including the Mana Beast, will be done with just the Sprite. I'm allowed to use pretty much any glitch that I want to use. In this case of run, except for the arbitrary script execution. Arbitrary script execution allows you to execute any event in the game, like literally any. Like receiving the Mitch Mullet, or just receiving the Flammy Drum, or flying with Flammy, or stuff like that. That is kind of generally banned in your regular runs, so to speak. For the Sprite, this adventure is going to look like this. Up until the Spiky Tiger, the Sprite will struggle quite a lot in order for us to progress, but then we will very soon get the first magic spells, and the Sprite, once he acquires his full potential of magic spells, will just completely destroy and obliterate pretty much everything along the way, until the final boss. On a Mana Beast you cannot use magic, well, I mean you can, but everything will only ever deal 1 damage. And so, well, that might just take a while. I will need to level up appropriately to survive the Mana Beast, since it can actually chain lasers to quite high degree. So that's kind of what we are doing. Also, worth noting is that I will try to keep the boy or the girl, or both of them for that matter, at the lowest level possible. Which means if they gain a little bit of experience, it doesn't really matter. But for this, I think the boy is going to be at level 3 after defeating the Tropicalo, and the girl will stay at level 1 throughout the entirety of the game. Also, towards the end game, I will be removing the boy and the girl from the party via a glitch, and then it will be truly a Sprite solo challenge. Greetings Sultano, how are you doing? Greetings to you Suplicium, how's it going guys? By the way, if you have any questions, if you have any concerns, anything like that, feel free to put that out there. That is alright. Oh, also worth noting, the donation bar on the left does not fill up through subscriptions and bits. I will still count them towards the bit bar, but I cannot update the donation bar like that. I probably should have the dashboard open so I can check those. Oh my god. Oh my god. Or oh my dog in this case. Lethlin, thank you. Thank you so much, Lethlin, for a huge donation of $50. I really appreciate that. And the comments reads, oh my dog, 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 oh my dog. And thanks for all the entertainment over the last year. Oh my dog, oh my dog, oh my dog, oh my dog. Thank you so much, Lethlin. I really, really appreciate that. Oopsie, please don't kill me. That would be slightly bad. But yeah, Lethlin, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. I wonder whether I should do the early game out of order. And also, holy smokes, I just realized Lethlin subscribed for 12 rounds in a row. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the continued support, Lethlin. And Mr. Poo, greetings, sir. Thank you for the $10 donation. I really, really appreciate that as well. The donation comment reads, hope you meet your milestones. Let's get these donations started. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate those. And as I mentioned, if you'd like to put those towards any bit war, feel free to, well, tell me that. If you don't have an opinion yet, or if you'd like to wait, that is okay too. Just basically tell me later, hey, I would like to put my whatever towards this, or towards that, whatever it might be for you. Also, I currently don't actually, I didn't expect the idea of, hey, put it towards what do you like. I actually kind of like pretty much all the choices, to be honest. Which is why I put all of them up there, so I'm not sure what I would like to choose. Maybe later on I will have thought of that, so whatever that might be. So greetings everybody, greetings Heinemüller, Bonsai Beer, Hooded Ornament, Suplicium, Moobot, Yagabot, Sultano, Blut, and probably a lot of other people that I missed. Quadlight, Lethlin. I hope you're all having a lovely evening. Oh. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Holy smokes. Silas Alside with a huge donation as well by 5332. And the donation comment reads, I don't know what to write here, so yeah, take the money. No choke attached. Put it towards Secret of Evermore, I guess. Thank you so much, Silas Alside. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate that. So yeah, we put that towards Secret of Mana, 5332. Let me update that real quick. 332. Secret of Mana. I assume that is the narrated playthrough. Or on the left side, the 12-hour challenge game, by the way, would be Sword of Mana. Don't mistake that for Secret of Mana. That is the Game Boy Advance reimagination of Final Fantasy Adventure, which I will be learning no matter what, which is also why this is not on the list. Just for reference. I tried to put stuff on there that I wasn't sure whether I would want to learn it or anytime soon for that matter. So yeah, there's that. Oh, it should be 54 actually, because it was already one before. He thought you lost your emotes. Hey, they are back. Hey, you did. Going good today. Glad to hear that, Simplicium. You'll put the sub towards the Legend of Mana, 25 to Soul Blaze and 25 to Narrated ST3. Alrighty. Let me update this. Thank you very much, Lathlan. Oh, I probably want to get the initial stuff going here. So let me actually update this real quick, otherwise I might lose it. 25 to Soul Blazer. Good choice, I like Soul Blazer. And this up towards Legend of Man. Alrighty, thank you very much. Subs as usual, just I count them as 5 for simplicity. And you put 5 to Sword of Mana and 5 to ST3 narration, please. Certainly, thank you very much. But that is 31 here. To Sword of Mana. Yay, Sword of Mana gets something. So thank you very much. Did I forget anything? I hope I didn't. Oh, I did not. I actually forgot to do the thing here. That would be silly. Whoa. My1 and J, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that. I thought you were Seeker of Evermore. Wait, you wrote Seeker of Evermore? Am I blind? You did see... I'm sorry. You did write Seeker of Evermore. Oopsie, that I should not do that. Oh my god. I should have maybe recruited someone to do this. You did put it towards Seeker of Evermore, I'm sorry. I actually messed that up. Thank you so... Oh my god. Y1 and J, thank you for 3 rums in a row, I guess. That is initially, well, just a lot of time immediately. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And well, if you'd like to put your 15 towards something, feel free to tell me that. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wrong game. Indeed. Wrong game. 2, 3, 4. The Sprite cannot use equipment trashing. By the way, certain things I consider to be completely valid in the sense of I'm doing the money glitch here with the boy already because it doesn't make a difference whether I do this with the boy or the Sprite. However, I will not do equipment trashing with the boy here because the Sprite cannot do equipment trashing in fact. Because it's just, let's put it this way, it does not work out. This one I need to sell. Oh, I need to sell more. Let me do this menu real quick before I get completely lost here. So, as I said, the Sprite cannot do equipment trashing, so I will not do this. However, as I said, it does not matter whether I do this menu here with the boy or the Sprite. So I'm just going to do this here for now, for simplicity reasons, and also for making this a bit faster. So, alrighty. Yeah, greetings IRL, how are you doing? And Y1NG. It's not really in a row, just bought 3 months at once. Yeah, I see that. But as I said, can you put these first towards something, or how does it work? Yes, you can put it towards something if you'd like to. Just tell me what it is, and preferably add my name in chat to it, so it gets highlighted. That way I will be able to, well, accommodate to your wishes, hopefully. What happens if the rabbit gets an energy drink? He romps everything. Really fast. I think he kind of becomes Pac-Man. I believe that's the legend of how Pac-Man was created. It was kind of rump, 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 rump. And eventually it became waka, 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 waka. That's a weird idea. So yeah, if you would like to put it towards anything, feel free to tell me that. Oh, I don't want to sell, thank you very much. I want to save real quick, because since we are only level 1, the cave is kind of a volatile affair here. So I'm saving before we go in here. So yeah, on the left side you can see the basic bit wars that you can put the money towards. Let me actually switch it up. You can also see it in the document which ones exactly those are. Here you have the narrated playthrough, currently in the lead by a fair amount, is Seiken Densetsu 3, which, by the way, Seiken Densetsu 3 is essentially Secret of Mana 2. So this is where the danger begins, and you kind of don't want to meet the goblins too much. And the bid war for 12-hour challenge game is for, well, which game should I run and learn to speedrun within 12 hours? 12-hour challenge game is essentially for me to figure out as to whether I would want to run those games in the future as well. So it's possible that even if I run certain games as a 12-hour challenge game, I might not be running it, run that after I did the 12-hour challenge. But on the other hand, it might just become one of my main staple games again, because, for example, I'm going to run the Illusion of Gaia again a few times until I have at least a decent time, because I start liking that game a lot. And indeed, you can see all the bit wars in the link. So, as mentioned before, we need to defeat the Tropic Hollow in order to unlock the Sprite, and after that, the boy unfortunately will already have leveled up twice, even though I didn't kill anything else aside from the absolute necessary, but he will just kind of stay at level 3. Last marathon I got over 2000, yes, but my last marathon was also, the initial goal was at 1000. So I do technically aim higher than last time. But at the same time, you know, landscape changes, maybe it wouldn't work out that way. This time, oh, hang on a second. Let me check that. And El Nino Storm donated $20, thank you, I really appreciate that. No need to, and the confirmation comment reads, no need to put it towards anything, keep pursuing the dream, thanks for the streams. Wow, thank you so much. El Nino Storm, thank you so much for your generosity. That is really awesome. And yes, I will be doing the Solar Girl run regardless. Also, if we happen to meet the Solar Girl glitchless incentive during the run, I will just basically switch over from then on, it's going to be glitchless. So it will still basically have some value while the run is going on. Which also means if I have the mana sword on the girl already unlocked, I would not be using the mana sword since you cannot normally use that in glitchless. I originally contemplated also making the incentive for the Solo Boy run to be glitchless. However, I don't even know whether I could do that. I do not know. Thank you very much, I really appreciate that. So, here I'm going to equip some basic equipment on the boy. Because killing Tropic Hollow might be a bit risky, just a little bit. Oh, and Heiner Miller donated $5 and said Legend of Mana for the win. Alright, I put it towards Legend of Mana. Let me update this. Thank you very much, Heiner Miller. Also, if I miss anything, feel free to just kind of yell at me and tell me, hey, you missed that. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate that. So, also, there's one thing that I'm not entirely sure about concerning glitchless. So technically speaking, it's not actually a glitch to be able to open the menu between the boss's attack hits you, and then basically disabling or cancelling out that damage from the boss that the damage he throws at you. However, we do also allow that in glitchless. So I've never actually considered that, whether it should or should not be allowed, but because we just do it in glitchless speedruns anyways. So I guess that would be likely also be in there as well, in case anyone is wondering. So that means, essentially, if the enemy, let's say, casts Acid Storm on me, there is a 2 to 3 frame window where I can open the menu before the damage actually hits on my characters, which is essential for the Boy Solo Cactus challenge to be completed. Without that, I could actually not do this. I just wanted to split there. Also, by the way, for the milestones, you don't need to donate towards the milestones. That is basically the total goal, what we might reach, or what we hopefully will reach. And, well, there's that. So, did I miss anything? I feel like I missed something. Oh, thank you for the host, the ornament. I appreciate that. Excuse me, I don't remember your name exactly. Y1NG, NJ, if you'd like to put your subscription towards anything, did I do that already? Also, traditionally our sprite is called Taco. We also do this. Then we unequip the boy, and from there on out, we will only be using the sprite for pretty much the remainder of the game. Alrighty, what I'm going to be doing here is I'm actually going to unequip the weapon from the boy, mostly for convenience, and also remove all of his equipment items. Which now means the boy no longer has the boomerang technically equipped, and so I can just really choose to equip the boomerang if I want to. So the sprite gets now basic equipment, which allows him to take a lot less damage from pretty much all sources. But more importantly, I will be able to just start leveling up the sprite, and here is where our hero, our little hero, will start shining, essentially. And also, before I do anything else, I'm going to upgrade the spear, which we have received an orb from Tropicolor. The spear ends up being actually pretty much the strongest weapon for most of the game, at least for physical damage. Also, just for safety, going to save here. The sprite is still level 1, even though he has pretty decent equipment and also a reasonably strong weapon, he is still kind of fragile. So yeah. Plus, you do not want to kill stuff while other characters are alive. That includes, we want to definitely get rid of the boy. Oh, I could have saved here. I never realized that. So, I will be taking control of the boy for a short while here, while I'm trying to kill him off. Make sure that the sprite doesn't accidentally attack the boy. Also, by the way, I gave the boy a boomerang because normally when your characters are getting knocked to the floor, they have what I call a get-up attack, where they attack the enemy around them while getting up, as long as they have a melee weapon equipped. With a ranged weapon equipped like the boomerang, That does not usually happen. Boomerang is just such an awkward weapon that AI control characters rarely even attack properly with it, so the chance of them accidentally killing something is reduced through that. Is BTTV April Fool's joke all emotes compared to Pepe emotes? Apparently so. I think so anyways. I think the LOL is also converted. So yeah. Also here, I do want to gain level 3 with the Sprite before moving on. Basically, the Sprite will need a lot of help early on in order for me to be able to defeat the Spiky Tiger, and I'm just taking out a few more enemies here. We also level up the sword towards level 2. Then taking out the Spiky Tiger is pretty much the biggest hurdle for a long time to come on the Sprite. Well, I almost forgot about the silly werewolves. Let's see how the werewolves are treating us. Werewolves on a solo character challenge run is kind of difficult to do. But if I manage to do this, this is as good as it gets. Hi! First try, and they will not even heal because, as you can see, they are actually moving pretty fast. They are dashing towards the Sprite, but because the Sprite is more to the left rather than the upside, that means they try to dash to the left. That is as optimal as a werewolf fight can get, really. Also, the boy automatically gets revived when he is dead during the werewolf fight. And here we are. Sure, why not? Yep. Rump dance. Hey Ghost Eye, how are you doing? So, like before, you want to kill off that character. We also equipped the lady here with a basic weapon. Okay, and I also want to unequip her from that weapon. It's kind of difficult to do when I don't have a proper alignment. This should, in theory, work out. Oopsie. Also, if you have a wish as to which border you would like to see during the run, feel free to tell me that as well. That is okay. Alrighty. Lady, show your nap. Sprite will carry you from here on out. So, this is the most reliable way to get rid of characters, just running into mushrooms, because mushrooms love to just kind of knock you unconscious and then hit you once more. And there we go. Sprite Solo Challenge comments. Greetings, Redef. How are you doing, sir? Oopsie. I messed that up a little. I'm lucky 3 attacks with the sword are enough to kill off those Robin Hoods. Also, I actually do want this guy to spawn more Robin Hoods for the Sprite to level up a little bit further before we enter Eleni's castle. But not too much, because I actually have a better farming spot a little bit later. So, also the 2 ghosts will be trailing behind us for the most part. I will only revive them if absolutely necessary, like for cannon travel. And then likely just kill them off afterwards again. And greetings, Rasha Zabata, how are you doing? Rump. Oh, come on, lady. It's my choice, oh wow. Thank you, Y1NJ. I appreciate that. What is my choice? Let me actually look at my choices real quick. I think I'm going to put it towards Sword of Mana. I actually really like Sword of Mana. Maybe I'll change my mind throughout the marathon later, but Sword of Mana is one of those games where I feel like I like it, but I have not played it in a long time. It actually is still literally plugged into my Game Boy Advance that I recently found. So it's going to be interesting. So the Sprite, by the way, has enough armor that he does not get hit by mushrooms, but he does get hit by pretty much everything else in this area. So I need to be a little bit careful, especially around enemies that might get a bit more dangerous. Oh wow. Sprite does not even kill those guys with 2 attacks. That's pretty fancy. Oh yeah, by the way, the Sprite is significantly weaker physically than the lady as well. As in, my original thought was that the lady and the Sprite were kind of equal in terms of how strong they are, but that's not true at all. Also, here we use a barrel. You simply get past those wolves, because try getting past wolves with a single character without getting comboed to death. Especially if it's a Sprite. So yeah, there's that. Also, by the way, I have 3 slots of fairy walnuts, which should help me throughout the game quite a bit. New global emotes, apparently. By the way, I would like to mention that you guys are really awesome. Thank you so much so far. I really appreciate that. Okay. Later on, I will be using a glitch, by the way. Exclamation mark snowman hopefully explains that. I'm not sure it's implemented yet already. Where it will tell you as to... Oh, force of habit. Where it will tell you how to... or how that is done, or if you would like to know more about that snowman abduction glitch, which will allow us to remove characters from our active party that you're not normally supposed to remove at all. Like, the boy is always active in your party, but you can still remove him by just using the snowman abduction glitch. So it reaches level 2, I'm fine with that for now. I'm going to switch over to the spear, because the spear is going to be more of a weapon that I will use through a majority of the game, especially here on the early game, since it just straight up does more damage. Kapow! Greetings, how are you guys doing? Oh, by the way, those chairs gave reasonably good experience, so I definitely want to take advantage of that. But they are also kind of scary if they can attack you. So I push them to the top left of the table, and they will constantly run into the table instead of actually being able to attack the Sprite, even if they get to act. If they got to act, they could actually... each individual chair has a pretty reasonably high chance of comboing the Sprite to death. If they were to just get one hit on it. There's a reasonably good chance that I would survive it as well, that they would not be that aggressive, but they can be that aggressive. So I'm doing this until I get like 90 HP on the Sprite, so a little bit more. And that will be the grinding for a large portion of the game, where I will probably be leveling spells along the way, just to gain a higher spell level for preparing for certain bosses. In those chests there can be barrels or gold. Barrel is the rare drop, gold is the common drop. But also, because the enemies are reasonably high level, I would also need a certain amount of agility to avoid getting trapped. If the chest can be trapped 50% of the time, if I have enough high agility on a character, the traps would actually not even trigger. And the Sprite has the lowest agility of the 3 characters, so I don't know the exact value here, but I'm almost certain 50% of the time we will get trapped. So there's that. One more level and we should be able to go on. Hey Azur, how are you doing? Good thing they always get hit even during damage stun, yep. If that was not the case, those chairs would be really difficult to handle. But even then, I probably could reasonably well grind the level here. So this chair here just got heavily hit, that means he gets knocked back. Normally chairs don't get knocked back, with the exception of, well, just now, essentially. And the knockback is usually dependent on which direction they are facing, which sometimes they are facing up when they get out of their hit stun, so this one was knocked down, which can be a bit of an issue, but hopefully it usually isn't. We should be almost there. And this will be a pretty quick session all the way to, well, the end game really. The Sprite actually I will carry through the Pure Lands, because the Sprite needs to get more experience and levels anyways, and he has a reasonably easy time to deal with bosses, so I'm going to be killing all the bosses in the Pure Lands, and that will also make it easier for me to get the Mana Sword early on the Sprite as well. By just doing a very simple trick. Essentially I will be doing Tasnika twice. If you'd like to know more about this, feel free to inquire and ask, that is alright. Okay, Sprite is now level 9, question mark? Large yummy roast leg of rack. Oh yeah, by the way, I believe Laughlin and a few other people can now add stuff to the food box as well. So if you'd like to add something to the food box, preferably including what kind of flavor text it should have when you put it into the box and the rabbi takes it out of the box, or what happens and then essentially eventually, feel free to message them, I guess. I'm not sure they are going to be here the entire time. This is going to be a pretty lengthy stream, so maybe you want to have a little bit of patience. Alrighty, and here we go. Spiky Tiger time. Spiky Tiger is pretty much the boss that you need to get past when you play this casually. I know of a fair few people who just kind of try to play this game casually. They managed to get to Spiky Tiger and they just gave up. Spiky Tiger is brutal. Like, this is pretty much the boss that is really, really strong and really hard to deal with. Kind of almost no matter what you do. Because I know his pattern, because I know what I'm doing, I can do this reasonably reliably, but even I just went back and saved before I engaged the Spiky Tiger here, because it's still possible that I will get killed. So here, what I'm doing is I deliberately do get eaten by the Spiky Tiger, and this allows me to keep him on the floor without him spinning around. If he got to spin around, also here, this is what I mentioned earlier, I'm using a healing item just before the spell actually hits. Here I need to use a barrel. And I kind of hope that the Spiky Tiger comes down from there. While he is casting a spell, he is completely invulnerable, so there's not much I can do about that. I use a barrel to not take damage from Spiky Tiger's breath here, and also not get engulfed in flames. I'm okay with getting hit before I did sting once. Then I need to be able to move out of the way from Spiky Tiger's launching attack. Essentially, if I do not get eaten here, Spiky Tiger would use a roll around type of attack, which would deal a fair bit of damage, pretty much the same amount of damage as getting eaten. But with the big disadvantage on top of that, that I could also get knocked unconscious, and if I'm knocked unconscious, he can just chain unconscious me, essentially. And that would be pretty much a death sentence. Oh, wow. He hit me there. Alrighty, that's that. Normally you're safe in the corners, but sometimes I guess he gets in there. It's also possible that my pixel alignment was not quite correct. So, well, that happened. Which is also why I went back to save. The Sprite, as I said, is the weakest of the characters. The lady at this point would have over 100 HP, a fair bit more damage output, and all that good stuff. The Sprite, yeah. Hi Mr. Magus, how are you doing, sir? Good evening. Hope you're doing well. Also, standing on the left ledge here will completely make you invulnerable to those chairs because you have no clue how to get around this ledge. It's really hard, but if you grind it will be okay, yes. Although, for a lot of people, the Spiky Tiger is also kind of like your first actual boss with 3 characters, and the game kind of expects you to be able to handle 3 characters. And he has a lot of attacks that hit all characters. Oh wow. Let me check that real quick. Holy sh... Oh my god. Wow. Hang on. The Golden Hamster just donated basically $160. Holy smokes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, I really appreciate that. That's a lot of money. I will read your donation comment as soon as I get the opportunity to hear, but thank you so much. That is really generous. Wow. So the idea is that the Spiky Tiger will knock me down to the floor. Then I would be able to take advantage of his AI behavior, but unfortunately Spiky Tiger decided he had different plans there. Thank you so much, the Golden Hamster. Wow. I need to heal here because he can deal over 23 damage. Also, when he jumps away, while I'm in position to get eaten, I know he will either jump on the top left or top right areas. Also, Firebug here reduces my attack power. I need to be kind of careful about that. Maybe not careful, but aware of that. I'm not dealing as much damage. I didn't actually exclaim it fully. Oh my goodness. But yes, that doesn't happen. Holy smokes. Wow. Hang on, I need to... This... Still hit me there. So, I think I'm out of barrels. No, I still have one left. But I could also use other items to deflect the fire breath. It's just kind of less efficient since I don't get to attack in the meantime. But oh, I do get to attack. Oh, I didn't. I just kind of need to be careful about it. Or more specifically, it is better to waste items in a sense compared to getting hit by the fire breath, since that goes in flames and essentially you can still get hit by a Spiky Tiger for full damage. You take ticking damage and you can't do anything in the meantime. There we go. Spiky Tiger done. Alrighty, the Golden Hamster donated $160. And the donation command reads, thank you for all the relaxing streams. I'm loving your speedruns and the inside game knowledge you provide. Looking forward for possible future Secret of Mana Ancient Cave races. Put this money towards the Legend of Mana challenge. Wow. Alrighty, thank you so much. Let me put this there real quick. That's a lot. Thank you so much. Alrighty, Sprite got past the biggest roadblock of the early game, and now we will be able to acquire our first elemental summon spell, which is Undine. It's actually kind of interesting that, in the sense, the Sprite and the girl are not actually casting those spells. They are summoning Undine, who casts the spells for them, if you would like to put it that way. Although it is explained as if they were using the spells themselves. Also, by the way, we don't need the 50 gold, as you might be able to guess from how much money we have, but if you don't take the 50 gold, you do not get teleported outside. So you have to use chocolate before you get eaten, or is it taking damage after? Not optimal. I cannot use the chocolate while I get eaten, otherwise I would do that, because I'm crowd controlled during the eating process. So I literally don't have the option to use the chocolate during the eating, so I have to use it before. It's likely that I would be better off using it earlier rather than later. Do that in order to be ready earlier again. Alrighty, there we go. So here, actually something interesting. This ghosts of the dead characters do absorb projectiles, which means if the ghosts are in the way, projectiles just kind of stick into the ghosts and don't deal damage to the sprite, which can be kind of convenient. Also, I just realized... No, never mind. It's okay. And I apologize for that exclamation earlier. That is not something that I usually have on my stream. Even though I did not complete the word, I think the intention was kind of obvious. So, alrighty, let's move on, and we finally go and get Undine. I will also be... wrong weapon. Leveling up Undine to level 1 before the Fire Gigas. So here's the thing, I do have 3 stacks of Fairy Walnuts, however, I can only replenish the first stack of Fairy Walnuts overall, because you can only ever technically have 1 stack of those items in your inventory, but considering, wow, I now have 3, the game will only ever fill up the first one, and if that one is full, I can no longer fill up the other ones, since that's not normally what you can have in your inventory. So I need to be careful to not use up more than 3 Fairy Walnuts at a time currently, until I absolutely need more than, well, the 3. Which is why the essentially other 2 stacks of Fairy Walnuts are backup for when I would need those. Okay, and here we have this little guy. And he cannot do anything to us, because he only has literally 1 attack. He can... essentially, Yoshi eat your characters and then spit them out again. That does a lot of damage. But as long as you don't stand in a cardinal direction away from him, he cannot do this. I'm standing just a bit to the left. He cannot grab the sprite and eat him. And because the sprite is close enough, the lizard will never reposition himself. So yeah, that's the only thing he can do. Also, once he drops below a certain HP threshold, he will start casting Cure Water. But he can only cast Cure Water 3 times, so I just have to do an additional 600 damage total. He didn't know whether there was a frame perfect point where it can avoid damage taking damage from it. The eating? Yeah. At least not from a Spiky that I'm aware of. Basically, the Spiky's damage that occurs during his eating process is at the end, as in, like, when he is finished eating, you take damage. But the process does, where your character's crowd control, actually you don't have the damage flag to take damage yet. Unlike spells, which get the damage flag set as soon as your character gets hit by the spell, where they will take essentially that damage at the next opportunity when they are free to, well, literally get knocked down to the floor. Exciting boss battle, yep. Getting a lot better after this, thanks to us finally unlocking Nandini. The Sprite also has enough MP to cast, I believe, 5 Nandini spells, so that should help us a bit. I'm also going to be doing a tiny bit of grinding to just level up Nandini. Oh wow, we actually are a level higher than in Glitchless. Which, by the way, experience in this game does not get shared between party members, which means the Sprite and the girl and the boy's experience is straight up lost. The Sprite does not gain 3 times the amount of experience compared to usual. I'm pretty sure they expect you to know item dodging by the final boss. You can get through the game without knowing that. In a sense, I mean, if your character is low HP and they get hit by a spell, you naturally want to heal them anyway, so you might just do that item dodging, as you call it, naturally. But that just kind of happens, essentially. Thank you. Oh wow, this boy actually survived. So this is one of the little perils of having the boy essentially at level 3, he will not die to the stuff that he usually dies to when I do a solo girl run. It's a little bit more awkward. So like I mentioned before, I'm going to use freeze a few times here. And I kind of hope that I would be able to kill those guys reasonably quickly, since they do give a fair bit of experience, but I really don't want to get hit by them. They deal a lot of damage on top of also having the ability in a group like this to combo me, where I can just straight up die. Hey Seal, thank you, I appreciate that. Never used to luck. So here, I use another fairy walnut. Replenish my magic, and then I'm going to cast 5 more spells. It doesn't matter that the second spell does not hit because the rabbit is already defeated. I just want to cast the spells. One more. Oh, I accidentally dismount the flower. That's okay, there's another one here. So afterwards, I'm going to use another fairy walnut to replenish my magic. And here we go to this guy. So, Nico you can only find over here after a certain amount of time has passed. He will no longer be in Gaia's Navel or Eleni's forest, or the castle for that matter. So you need to go and visit Nico here. And so I figured I might as well just go and replenish all my items while I'm at it. Since you can only buy barrels here, you can only buy fairy walnuts currently here. And you can only buy chocolates. Pretty much most of the consumables, the better ones, you can only buy here at this point in time. Later on I will be able to buy them in other places too. But right now I'm kind of limited to this shop. Since the Sprite can actually not do equipment trashing in, well, the normal game, I don't have access to that. So I need to handle my resources reasonably well. Oh, I forget. Ghosts cannot cannon travel. Which is why I usually just walk over to Gaia's Navel. Which, by the way, walking over to Gaia's Navel is technically faster. No, wait a second, it's not. Not from here, anyways. From here it's slightly slower, but not much. Well, I guess because I have ghosts training behind me, and ghosts can literally not run, only walk. it is going to be a fair bit slower. Good morning, Takaza. How are you doing? And greetings, where my Jacobo. Yes, you can do that. However, you need to either have your character pygmid for that to be able to do, or you need to have a secondary character alive, and then use the partner menu for that. I do not have secondary characters alive because this is a solo character challenge, and I also don't have the Mitch Mammoth yet. You only acquire that one after you defeat the Jabberwocky and return back to Gaia's Navel, which I will be doing as soon as possible then. By the way, it is 2 more spells until I level up Andini from level 0 to level 1, and that is actually pretty much the biggest jump in damage potential you can figure out. So I'm just going to use arbitrary numbers as an example here. The first level of Andini, or every level, Andini gains 50 base damage for her damage spells. So that means currently I have a total of 50 damage spells at level 0, or 50 base damage. Next level I would gain 100. Then the next level after that it would be 150, 200, etc. So as you can see, relatively speaking, the jump from level 0 to level 1 is the biggest one there is in this game here. So, I scroll the camera up so I can target those guys, and I'm going to cast 4 more spells on those guys. I will already level up underneath here, but on one hand I do want to have them out of the way, and they gain a little bit more levels on the Sprite. The only reason why I want levels on the Sprite here currently is for maximum MP. I do have plenty of fairy walnuts to spare and use, so that's not much of an issue. So level is just for maximum MP, so I don't have to replenish them as often or as frequently. So, also, at this point, the Sprite really does not need any specific weapon anymore. I will be likely, if I don't forget about it anyways, go and get the next level spear upgrade, which allows me to upgrade the spear all the way to level 3, and also the sword for that matter. Which will give me pretty much the most useful spear in the entire game. It's not as strong as the final spear, but it will deal a lot of damage early game anyways in comparison to pretty much anything else I could throw at enemies. Plus, it has a really high chance of ballooning enemies, which is crazy good. Frosta. It is Frosta indeed. Let me actually rearrange my stuff here real quick. Alrighty. So, alrighty, here we have the Fire Gigas. Fire Gigas is... Did I replenish my MP? I did. Is weak to Andini, conveniently enough. It deals about 200 damage. He has 850 HP, which means with 5 spell casts he should die guaranteed. Spells can actually do low damage rolls as well. It's not all that likely, but it can happen. But with 5 spells, I pretty much guarantee killing him. Normally it's actually even enough to throw 2 level 0 and 3 level 1 underneath spells at him, which is what you would normally have when you just empty the Sprite's MP bar twice. But I thought there's a slight chance that the Fire Gigas would survive that much, and figured I would, well, level up to Andini level 1 immediately already. So, after we get the Earth magic here. We have a second element available at our disposal, which is Gnome. Really valuable for a lot of bosses, and also reasonably quick to use. But more importantly, we actually gain access to the Mana Seed. The Mana Seed is actually not required for you to continue your story and progress through the game. It's not necessary. However, it allows us to level up our spells to level 2 instead of just level 1. Currently level 1 was maximum, now level 2 is maximum. It basically just counts with how many Mana Seeds we have sealed. We have the Water Palace and Earth Palace Mana Seeds now, so we have 2. That is level 2 maximum for Andini. Rocky! Yes. I actually really like that in the German version, Gnome tends to rhyme. I think that's really fancy. I like rhyming for some reason. Even though some of it is a little bit forced. I like how the boss fight right before getting magic takes like 10 minutes, then the boss right after getting magic is like 20 seconds. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, save game, yes please. So, guess which element the next boss is weak to? We just received Earth after all. I could upgrade the axe, I could upgrade some other things, but I just don't need to, so I don't. So. Oh, right, I could actually already kill off my other allies here. That would make it easier. I did not mean for you to attack the flower. That's okay. Hey, mushroom. Thank you. That's nice of you. Ah, boy, actually survived this. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. Alrighty. I'm going to cast speed down 10 times. Speed down 10 times here. This will be actually 2 spell casts away from leveling up Gnome to level 1. And actually, I don't think I needed to kill off the other 2 characters. I'm contemplating whether it's faster for me to use a fairy walnut. I think it is actually. I'm just going to use a fairy walnut here instead of going to sleep. What? What's indeed? Good morning, Monowats. How are you doing? Greetings to you. So kind of like before, I'm going to cast 2 more times, which puts me to 8 MP. And this is now level 1. No, actually. No. Okay, never mind. I'm going to sleep anyways, I guess. I was just contemplating on how I want to handle the next boss. In Glitchless, we do actually cast 20 spells total, which is 5 shy of level 2 Gnome. But 5 gem missiles level 1 are actually enough to deal with the next boss. Most of the time. I'm going to be saving before, but just in case that would not be the case. So I will also take the opportunity to sleep and replenish the Sprite's MP. So MP management is a huge deal for the Sprite. Especially, even though I have plenty of fairy walnuts, plenty of money to buy fairy walnuts, they're just still kind of out of the way, which you don't necessarily want to go out of your way. Blindfolded? What a blast. Indeed. Hey ISG, how are you doing? Good evening. Good afternoon. Whatever it might be for you. And thank you for the good luck. Some emotes looking in the wrong directions. Keep in mind, today is April 1st, that is April Fool's Day. Which was also one of the original reasons as to why I had my marathon scheduled to start on April 2nd. But it is just more convenient for most people for it to start on April 1st. Because that is Saturday and would run into Sunday instead of it bleeding into Monday. Which would be less convenient for a lot of people who need to work. So yeah, there's that. And greetings, Bruno earlier. Thank you. I really appreciate that. How are you doing, sir? Good evening. Alrighty, like usual. I need to kill off my other allies, but I'm not obligated to do so until I want to attack the boss. Essentially, my arbitrary rule set, which, by the way, I don't think there's anyone else running this type of category, so I kind of make up the rules myself, so to speak. My arbitrary rule set is I can only attack the boss, or bosses for that matter, when the other two characters are dead. I'm allowed to get to the boss or just run over there if I want to. And I really expected them to die by now. There we go, thank you. But yeah, solo character challenge, that's how it works. It's kind of really arbitrary of a challenge, but I just try to define it to the best of my ability. Speed down! Ah, that's rude. I did have a straw poll for it, yes, indeed. I actually set the date before I had the straw poll to April 2nd, then a few people just kind of started mentioning, oh, I can't watch then because it's going to be Monday, etc. And so I figured I'm going to set up a straw poll for it, and we ended up switching it over to April 1st. How about the first stream you can kill them and you have to do it? I mean, that would be an option too. It just would be kind of really inconvenient if I have to revive them for, let's say, cannon travels. I can avoid a fair few cannon travels in the early game by just, well, not taking them. But there are certain ones that are just mandatory. That seems to be what's happening anyway and makes it less arbitrary. I guess that's not wrong. But it's just, for example, if I go from the Water Palace over to the Upper Lands after defeating Jabberwocky, do I really have to kill off my characters for that one screen? Okay, 200 damage is good. If I get, I think, 2 low damage rolls, I would not be able to finish off the wall here with one set of jet missiles. Most of the time it should work out, however. I also tried to chain in a final physical attack at the end there, which basically guarantees me killing this guy. Unless people start actually competing in this category, which is unlikely, then it doesn't matter much though. Yeah, indeed. I would love to see other people do this kind of thing. It's just, my original thing was, when I already was speedrunning Secret of Mana since quite a while, I was actually thinking about a challenge that I tried to do a fair time back, actually. And that was me trying to complete the game with only ever using the girl. And I think I got stuck on Jabberwocky. No. I got stuck on something else. I got stuck on something. So I could no longer progress, or I felt like I couldn't do it. And then at some point I decided to, well, just stream, let's try playing through the games with the solo girl. And I actually did that over the course of 2 streams. I did not really realize I could be doing that in one. And eventually I just kind of started, hey, I might as well try to do this in one stream. And so we continued and progressed, and it is faster and faster every time. I'd compete in this category if it were 2-player 1 controller. 2-player 1 controller, and you have half a character per person. That would be kind of weird. Or maybe one person is holding the controller, the other one is pressing the buttons. That would be super awkward as well. Please don't attack. The poor lady just kind of gets woken up and then immediately goes back down. Thank you. And of course the sprite just doesn't take damage. Perfect, thank you very much, Mr. Mushroom. One person controls the movement, the other person... If you play 2 controllers, except your hands are crossed, so player 1 gets the left half of the controller and one right half of the controller too. That would be rather weird. Wait, why did I go here already? I did not need to go here yet. Oh my god, brain, please. Good morning, everybody. We are taking unnecessary detours. I hope you are fine with that. To be fair, it doesn't really matter whether I go here now or afterwards, but it's just kind of slightly less efficient. Very slightly, not much. Well, it is. So let's go. Rip run. Time for resets. No, wrong way. It's just, that's what you do in glitches actually. You do go and buy your first 2 fairy walnuts here after defeating the wall face. One-hand challenge. I have one-handed controller, shouldn't be that difficult. It actually is kind of tricky to handle those. I played around with the ASCII one-hand controller and thought I broke it. You know, you can rotate the part with the D-pad 45 angles left and right? Yes, I actually do know that. Very handy for setting it up so it fits good in your hand, or well in your hand, but... You didn't break it, thankfully. One player, one controller, one H, with one eye closed, standing on one leg the whole time. That would be awkward, especially whoever person's the leg belongs to you're standing on. I mean, why would you want to stand on someone's leg though for the entire duration? I feel like that would be kind of painful. You will wreck anybody in the one-handed controller challenge. Oh. I mean, we can do a race of that sometime. You mean 2 hands on 2 controllers is automatically more impressive than 1 hand on 1 controller? Maybe. So normally I would pick up the whip orb outside there, but I don't have to, because the sprite can just obliterate everything with spells anyways. What? You missed it. Oh god. Yep. So, here we actually use Undini. Undini and one fairy walnut. The reason we use Undini is because Undini is the most efficient strong spell that we have. So currently it's level 1, but it will level up to level 2 in due time. And it only costs 2 MP compared to Gnome's spell of the same power, which costs 3 EMP. Essentially, Freeze costs the same, has the same power as Earthlight. And since neither of those spells are particularly strong against this boss, since he's not weak to anything, you can use either. It's just, well, because it only costs 2 MP instead of 3, it's more efficient this way. I can throw 5 spells instead of just 3. It should kill him. It didn't kill him. In Glitchless you actually have the opportunity to also... He's still not dead, that's impressive. In Glitchless you also have the opportunity to chain in damage with the boy. Every time at the end of a free spell cast, kind of like this, you can add additional damage. Oh, I remember, in Glitchless you also level up Andini a little bit beforehand as well. I see, I remember now. And greetings, so then, Zetaslow, how are you doing? Let the shenanigans commence. Yeah, a lot of shenanigans in this run. Bring it back to the Water Palace. Yay, let's do this. I'm actually going to save before I go to the Jabberwocky, because Jabberwocky has the potential of kind of obliterating my little sprite, so that would be less than ideal. Just today in general. I see, April Fools. I like good nature pranks, or at least some ones that don't end up in people getting hurt or people crying, which seems to be way too often the case. But hey. I always like to think the best of people, just... well... Your idea of pranks is not what I imagine to be particularly clever, more often than not. What? Good job. Oh, I could have used a very magic rope in order to get over there, but I kind of forgot about that. Yes, indeed, it is April 1st. April 2nd for you now. Oh, wow. Are in Japan or Australia in that case? I actually don't even know whether that's the same time zone. I know Japan basically now is just rolled over to the next day, but I'm not sure about Australia. A bunch of bad TAS videos and pretend it's funny. I mean, there were quite a few April Fool's TAS submissions that I really loved. Specifically by Master Jun, who did some Super Mario World TASs also this year again. It's actually, he puts a lot of work into those too. And the other one is by, I don't know who it was originally. Essentially, it was not actually a April Fool's, but he submitted it on April Fool's Day because people thought it ended up being a April Fool's joke, where in reality it was actually not. So it was kind of meta up April Fool's essentially, in a weird kind of way. Because what ends up happening is that person submitted the first TAS for Crash Bandicoot 2, I believe? 2 or 3, where he hopped on a box for about 15 minutes straight, and then completed the level. When you just kind of start watching that TAS, you just kind of go, after a minute of him hopping on the box, you think, what is he doing? Is this an actual April Fool's joke? And it actually ended up not being an April Fool's joke, that's actually a glitch that you can use and execute. It's pretty amazing. Japan is +7? Really? Oh, it is! It is, because they don't have the daylight savings thing. Wow, I completely forgot about that. No, this guy here is not weak to Gnome. However, he is strong against Andini, so I can't really use Andini spells against him. So I just use Gem Missile and Earthslide instead. Gem Missile is less strong, but MP to damage output efficiency is higher. So this is what I end up using for the most part, except for one spell, since I have just enough MP to cast one Earthslide in comparison to. Future slash Australian, same thing. Alrighty, I'll check that in a second, thank you. Oh, there we go, I have time to check now. Thank you too. Holy smokes! Wow! ISG donated $100. Wow, that's a lot of money. Thank you. ISG, thank you so much. And the recommendation comment reads, if somebody deserves this donation, it's you. Less than 3. Thank you for letting us have the honor of watching you for 24 hours. It's really amazing. Wow. Thank you so much, ISG. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Something like that, I guess. Something like that. Thank you so much, ISG. I really, really appreciate that. So also, you talk to Andini here twice to restore your MP. There's that. Oh, thank you. Alrighty, let me actually switch over to the other bit wars, just kind of displayed on stream so people that may not be able to access the document have an idea on what the other bit war is currently looking like. And it looks like... Actually can't read it. I think that's SD3 is a bit in the lead here. Did I forget to update it sometime? I feel like I forgot to update that. So either way. Yeah, that's how it looks. Boom, good job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, as usual, I just kill them off while I'm running through areas. I'm going back to guys now to pick up the Mitch Mallet. That is going to be extremely handy here. SD3 hype. By the way, SD3 is probably going to be Charlie and Kevin story, since that is the one that I have not personally played through yet. I have never completed the Palace, the Mirage Palace, I think it's called. So they will either have Kevin or Charlie as the lead character. Unless someone wants to specifically donate for one of the stories because they like the other more, that would be okay too. Thank you very much, by the way, for the reminder. Also, it would be on the English fan translation, so I can actually narrate it. I do have a copy, but I do not actually know Japanese. Just know certain symbols, that's about it. I actually want to see all 4 games narrated. Here's a Fantasia, Secret of Mana, Cyclone and Zetsu 3, Terranigma. Personally, I would kind of like to, well, just kind of more or less casually play through Terranigma again sometime as well. Since that is probably the game I have played the longest ago. Remember feeling it quite different from Secret of Mana SD3, that is? Yes, it is quite different. That is correct. What? Good job. You heard I'm learning Japanese and narrate the Japanese version of ST3? I mean, I might be learning Japanese a little bit, but I don't think I would be ready to narrate this anytime soon, to be honest. You honestly see ST3 just a better version of this game. I mean, pretty much everything is improved one way or another, except for the combat system and lag optimization. I dare to say the lag is mostly because they expected to have the game ready for a stronger system. I believe the SNES with the CD add-on should have been more powerful as a processor, and thus they had to downscale it, but didn't quite manage to optimize it for the SNES, so it's kind of poorly optimized for it. But personally, I like ST3. But I like playing this game more. ST3 is a good game. Although I would prefer Legend of Mana over ST3. Legend of Mana is just... If you ask me which video game has the best music, I tell you Legend of Mana. As in just the general OST, and also aesthetics, because probably Legend of Mana is my favorite. With the CD add-on, Secret of Mana would be even larger if I remember correctly. Yes, I think that Secret of Mana also received some heavy cuts. I don't know how much was cut for ST3, however. Either way, it should be played on a stronger console/system, because it really does not end up handling certain combat situations too well. Wow, there's not a single Moogle around here. Where is everybody? Hey there, Alex, thank you for the good luck. Can definitely use that. By the way, ISG, would you like to put your donation towards something? Feel free to point that out. Oh yeah, thank you. Those little guys have packed quite a punch to them. Also, Crow says those pebblers have pretty much the most advanced AI script of any regular enemy, and I think that sounds about right. Either way, they have the same amount of evasion compared to regular bosses, so dealing with them with weapons specifically can be a bit tricky. In the chest there could be a rare drop fairy walnut, but most of the time there is not, plus 50% of the time it's going to be a trap anyways. So I'm just not going to pick that up, because I can just straight up buy fairy walnuts here instead. On top of that, I can also buy slightly better equipment for the Sprite. Just shouldn't forget to actually use that equipment. Legend of Mana is the game you played most in your childhood. Yeah, I can see that. I wish I had Legend of Mana as a kid. I really do. Because it's pretty much that game where I feel like there is so much more to it than I discovered or explored so far. But because I'm just getting to it kind of late, I cannot fully appreciate it. What? Nico, Moogles, it's a party. Indeed. And even some chests that are friendly mimics that only move when we are not around, so we just leave them there for having a little party. Silence. Silence is actually kind of awkward, so I remove it by using a medical herb here. Okay. I waited there until my silence effect wore off on the Sprite. Oh. Oh, I didn't talk to Moogle. Oopsie. I needed to talk to a Moogle there. I forgot about that. Hey little Moogle, thank you. Thank you for getting my way. Hey Happy, how are you doing? Thank you for the good luck. I can only use that. I'm actually likely going to nom on my first sandwich soon. Just for reference, because I did eat a salad after I got up. Unfortunately, I didn't sleep too well, so might need a bit more energy than anticipated. But I have pretty much everything ready for those occasions or cases, so it should be fine. Also, the sprite here after this little text box will take about 3 seconds until he's confused. Boom, right there. That's just kind of how the game works. It's kind of weird. Anyone tried Children of Mana? Is Children of Mana one for 3DS? For DS, I guess. I've never played Children of Mana. Also, now we have the Midge Mallet. I almost forgot about that. I could have used it against the little peddlers already. So with the Midge Mallet, I can now cast spells a lot faster. Like, a lot faster. In fact, I don't need a secondary character for me to chain in all the damage spells that I can throw at them. So, I only need the sprite to be here. Boom. Bring big dead. Since people are... Oh, I see. Thank you, Letlin. I did miss that. Sorry, SG. ST3. So we put it towards ST3. Wow, that meter is quite filled. Thank you so much, guys. So, here we can either talk to this guy first or seal the mana seed first. Doesn't really matter too much. Did I cover my sandwiches? Yes, I did, actually. I even bought specifically the cover plastic thingy, whatever you call that. Because I didn't have any before. Definitely, it seems to be holding up well so far, but hey, we are only about 1.5 hours in. Save your game? Yes, please. Take care, thank you. You can activate the mana seed by standing close enough to it and facing up. That's literally the 2 requirements, so I can just also stand behind it and face up and do this. Kind of weird, but it works. Now that we have Sylph, I'm going to be leveling up Sylph a little bit. Because I want to have Sylph at least level 1, preferably level 2 before I get to the next boss. So I will be doing this. Before that... There we go. I need to kill off those guys. And then, I'm using the Midge Mallet to be able to cast spells quicker. And just repeatedly cast Confusion, or Silence, because the little Silktails will eventually come back. After they run in the wrong direction for a while. In the meantime, I can replenish my MP. So I need to cast a total of 25 spells to level up Sylph to level 2. And that's what we're doing here. Tupperware for poor people? I guess you could call it that. So that is 6 spells, plus 6 spells. That is a total of 12 spell casts. We do this 2 more times, with 6 plus 6, we have 24, and that will be sufficient for me to level up Nico or level up Sylph high enough. Just need to be careful that this other little rabbit on the bottom right there does not get over to my sprite. Since the sprite is currently pygmid, if you're pygmid you lose 2/3 of your armor. Which means the physical attacks would deal a lot more damage. Would be rather unpleasant. Oh, alrighty. That is good enough. Oopsie. I saved 2 MP to cast on this orb here. And off we go. By the way, this is one of those instances where I will need to use the sprite in both the boy solo and girl solo challenge in order to get past, since there's no other way. Hey, greetings Mr. Stinger, and thank you for the good luck. Hope you're doing well today. Good evening. So by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I will be aiming to attend RPG Limit Break in just a little bit over a month, and we will be running Seeker of Mana, 3-player, 3-controller there for pretty much the first time in, well, since classic games done quick with actually 3 players instead of just 2 players with 3 controllers. So it will be quite fascinating. Joining me will be Stinger PA here in chat, who is really well, what's the word? Who has been speedrunning this game since a long time. And also Bowie the Hero will be joining us on our quest as well. He is currently practicing 1-player 2-controller quite a bit, so he would be up for the task as well. What? You're a really lazy speedrunner, hey? Not always. A really well speedrun person. I guess. You thought all speedruns were lazy? Well, I am, I can tell you that much. Maybe it is kind of because we are lazy, we want to put as little effort and time into completing a game as possible, and that's why we go faster and faster every time. It's kind of the principle of... what's the word? You want to give a lazy person a certain job and they will do it as efficiently and cleverly as possible because they don't want to put in as much effort. By the way, this guy here always jumps towards you if you move to the corner just to the right of him and wait a little bit. And so I think we can use that in the 3-player co-op later. Please let me open the menu. Please let me open the menu. Please let me open the menu. Oh my god. That's why we saved. So that those little owls, when they confuse you, they hunt the character that is confused and, well, attack them about 3 or 4 times per second. Literally. And, well, that just kind of killed the little sprite there, fortunately. Was the quote from Bill Gates? Something like that, yes. It's not from me originally. I don't know who it was from, I kind of paraphrased it either way. But I really like the concept of it, because I think that sounds about right. Also here, this time I did a bit better manipulation, where I let the owls be a little bit further off screen for a little while, so they would not Where's the dude? Wasn't there just a big owl over there? Good. Because if the owls are off screen, they will not actually cast a spell. For example, here, I don't care about hitting the owl in the next screen, the first one anyways. I just swing my weapon to delay my entrance to the owl, and then I care about hitting this second one. In a sense, I actually have pretty reasonably good chance of not getting hit. Thank you! Oh my god. Welp, rip. Maybe I should have upgraded my equipment here. Note to self for next time, I guess. Although the Sprite just has the lowest physical defense. So that's what I should do for this guy. Need to wait a little longer. Yeah. The thing is, it works with multiple controllers, since the character that gets casted on is not usually the lead. I do this. Let me try this again. Or if I hit him, that is actually even better. By the way, I thought about something. Enemies that are currently over there are going to stay in the place they are at the time when you leave after going in here and back. The reason for that is because this door or this staircase on the right there is actually an exit staircase, which means it will transport you exactly to the place where you entered this room from after going back out. At least I thought so, but I actually spawned in the middle of the staircase instead. Either way, the enemies stay on the place where they are originally. So, alrighty. Pygmy the Sprite so I can cast spells quicker. And here we go. We have 2 Thunderbolts left over. The second one will be level 2, dealing a ton of damage. I need to run a little bit further away so I can avoid taking damage from the Great Viper Dash. Since my physical defense is, well, I have a third of it from the original value. I do not want to actually get hit while I'm not casting a spell. While I'm casting a spell, I'm invulnerable. Okay, and that was 2. Oh, he's dead already. Wow. That must have been really good damage rolls. Whenever the Sprite has the axe, I imagine he is swinging it with full anger. I actually like the Sprite having the axe, it's pretty awesome. Also, axe is one of my favorite weapons in here. I see. Yes, boy is melee only. The girl gets defensive and buff spells and healing spells and all that kind of stuff. The Sprite gets mostly offensive spells. And the boy doesn't get any spells, but he has the highest base defensive and offensive stats. He's just kind of the melee fighter of the party, which is actually surprisingly useful in a solo character challenge. What? I do not need to sleep here because we actually do lose the Sprite briefly and that gets his MP refilled. Excuse me. Actually, I might go to the Frost Country first. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the sprite. It matters for the lady. I do go to the Frost Country first with the lady solo challenge, because that will get her Salamander early. And Salamander is very useful for various stuff. And also grants her the ability to move on faster. Thank you. You're slacking. Well, that happens once in a while. So right now I don't want to kill off my allies, because they need to ride the cannon, and ghosts apparently cannot fly. Can only walk through walls. No, they can actually only walk through enemies, they cannot even walk through walls. Those are some of the most questionable ghosts in the gaming industry you'll find. They cannot even pass through walls. They even absorb projectiles and get hit by them, even though they don't take damage. Thank you. There's unused casting sprite for the boy in the code somewhere. Yes, the boy technically has a spell casting animation, but it's never used. Some pretty solid ghosts. Something like that. Get to work. I'm the searcher. By the way, in this game there is no ship. There's only a sand ship. But the ship, in the traditional sense, sailing through the water, does not exist. Which is such a weird thing to think about it. We get to fly, we get to ride a ship through the desert, but we never actually get to ride anything across the water. We fly across the water, I guess. Also here, our little hero joins us again. And by the way, there's no opportunity to kill off the boy and the girl before the next boss, so well, that's kind of where I'm going to kill them off. Then, as I said, my general rule is just I need to kill them off before I start attacking the boss. Water is dangerous in Secret of Mana, I guess. Considering that the few fish you find are some of the most menacing enemies. Yeah, that sounds about right. You don't need a ship, you just have to use cannon travel. But how are new continents and areas discovered? You just cannon travel into a random direction and hope you don't land in the water? Alrighty. Right on the boy are dead, and lady on the boy are dead. Like before, we use the most efficient strong spell. But at this point, I'm actually not just using the most efficient strong spell anymore, but I will also be using spells that are not necessarily as efficient, but I want to level up magic. I want to have certain spells at certain levels, and since now fairy walnuts are way easier to come by in shops, that is way simpler to do as well. For example, here I'm just going to start using Earthlight, which is also currently level 2. It's way less efficient, all things considered. However, it will still do the job, and I will want to replenish my magic afterwards anyways. I can imagine how they discover new continents and new land. They just go, well, let's shoot the cannon in this direction. And we also shoot material, so people can build new cannons and shoot back in case they land somewhere that is actually good and report back. So it's just kind of a huge gamble, I guess. Oh, we get new armor here. New armor for the Sprite. Very good, since he is so weak in physical protection. So that definitely helps us quite tremendously. There's a flying fortress in later in the game, and you're asking about discovering continents. Yeah, I mean, sure, there's a flying fortress eventually later on, but that's an ancient artifact of an ancient civilization, kind of like it is traditionally in RPGs like this. So I guess they could have originally used that to discover continents. Shoot straight up, check what directions you see new land in. I actually like that idea the most, in fact. That probably makes the most sense. Which, by the way, in SD3 you have high steppers for that kind of thing. Oh, the boy did not even get... Never mind. I was about to say, the boy did not even get killed by that. Sure. Just took him a while to realize, oh, I took actually more than 6 damage. Ow. Also, I did not end up getting the spear at all. That's okay. You also ride the ship to the Moon Palace. Yeah, actually that's true. Although I have no clue what you are actually traversing through there. That is just kind of some... I always, as a kid, I assumed that was oil. Because desert oil kind of made sense to me as a kid. So you're still riding a ship through the desert. And it's not just kind of that black muddy stuff, whatever it is. So here, at the very beginning of the battle, the boreal phase actually appears for about 5 frames at the entrance of the area. Don't ask me why that is, but you can target him from there initially. Also, he has pretty insane magic defense. And trying to break through that magic defense, even though, as I mentioned earlier, I would like to level other spells. It's just only level 3 magic, once we finally get it here, will put any sort of dent into his magical defense to deal any sort of damage, so I will just use level 3 freeze here. This guy just has such an insane amount of magic defense compared to other bosses. Even casually, I ended up just kind of using physical attacks to deal with this guy, since you need to have a reasonably high level on both the spells and the characters to deal any significant amount of damage, and if you don't have an infinite supply of money to buy all the fairy walnuts, well, that could be kind of difficult to deal with that guy with just magic. And he is easy enough to deal with physical attacks. Also, this is going to be the first instance, I believe, where I'm going to be using a fairy walnut from one of my reserve stacks. I'm going to be doing that. I'm pretty sure he's not dead here. I didn't see a damage number. Oh, he is dead, alrighty. I guess I was wrong. I'm okay with that. The void. He thought it's oil too. If everyone is using a flying sledge, so I might be spread the word about continent/coordinations to the can shovel guys. I like that idea a lot, considering Santa is actually a thing here. Which we are going to visit in this run. Hooray! It's also just a giant black on the map, right? Yes, it is. Wasn't sushi an item in the food box? Alrighty, Ninja Turtles. Wow, he did not actually hit us. Wow. That is so rare for the Ninja Turtle to not hit you. So rare. That's amazing. Okay. Also, I'm actually going to make a small detour in the Ice Palace. I'm not entirely sure that's even worth it. But I'm going to do it anyways, just because that's what I always did. So, use a fairy walnut here on the Sprite to replenish his magic. Currently has none, and I did not even need to use my reserve stash so far, which is actually quite pleasant. Buy a new fairy walnut here, and also one chocolate. I used up one chocolate earlier. And then we save before going into the Ice Palace. So here's the thing, in the Ice Palace you don't technically die when you die in there, because the boy gets revived and put out the front door with the message box of Scram. So that is actually kind of nice in a sense. However, traditionally how I handled this, could you please not kill me, that would be lovely. Traditionally how I handled this in my solo character challenges is I just did deliberately not continue, even though I could. Because I would need to use the boy in a scenario where I don't absolutely have to use the boy. So I just kind of decide, when I die in the Ice Palace, I reset. So, also, before we enter the Ice Palace fully, I'm going to start leveling up Salamander, since I will want to use Salamander against the upcoming boss, Ice Gigas. Those turtles generally die to a single spell cast of Fireballs. Fireballs is actually stronger than Lava Wave, even though it only costs 2 MP and Lava Wave costs 3. The one downside of Fireballs is that it is projectile spell, which means it takes it's kind of awkward to chain into enemies and bosses. Thank you. But it's still kind of simple and straightforward. So this is spellcast number 6. At least as long as you only need to cast one spell, that is. Spellcast number 6. With 6 more, I will level up Fireball to level 1, and that should be sufficient for me to get all the way to the Gigas. Sometimes those turtles don't die because I'll land a low damage roll on the spell. Also, those weird ghosts here have too much magic resistance and also are not weak to me using Fireball, so I just ignore them. Also, by the way, the reason why there was 2 glove orbs in that chest is a pretty interesting one. Ah, this is not going to die, is it? Maybe. essentially, this chest has the code of as long as the player does not have more than 4 glove orbs, he can still open this chest, and so that's why you can open that chest multiple times, which helps you quite a bit. Hey, Coalface, thank you for the host, sir. I appreciate that. Good morning to you, sir. Has it been 24 hours yet? No, not yet. We only just started earlier. Thank you very much for the host, Mr. Coalface. I really appreciate that. Welcome, sir. We just reached level 17, which is actually a nice threshold to reach. I need to replenish my magic before we go into the next areas, and so I do. Level 1 Salamander should be sufficient to deal with the upcoming bosses, since they don't have particularly much magic resistance and are weak against fire. Yeah, thank you very much, Coalface. I really appreciate that. How are you doing? How did your run go? I saw you were actually really far... Whoa. Give me a second. I saw you were actually really far ahead recently in... That's an interesting name. Big Balls Betting 69. Thank you very much for subscription. I really appreciate that. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Coalface, I saw you were really far ahead at some points of not just your run, but I think maybe the record even. How are you doing with those kinds of things? So I use one fireball on each one of those little dudes. Then I start using Mitch Mallet. And here is where actually the lava wave is somewhat useful. So those guys transform into their second form after they take... I should not have used that yet. They transform into their second form, the lizard, after they take a certain amount of damage. More specifically, it's exactly 300 damage. However, if I just kind of want to skip that phase, since it would be an additional 777 damage I need to steal, I use Lava Wave, and then I can chain in a Fireball spell on top of that, which deals enough damage to outright kill those poor little guys. If I were to try and use 2 Fireballs in succession, that would actually not work out, since they could actually transform in between the fireball spells, and that is basically more or less the one use Lava Wave has to make sure enemies are crowd controlled for long enough for you to kill them. Yeah, I only targeted one guy the second time through. I still have the whip equipped. Don't hit me, please. Okay, I'm going to get frozen, but that's okay. Oh, I didn't get frozen. That's alright then. So the reason why I used up the rest of my magic is because I want to use a full set of magic spells. Freeze? That's rude. But I can just use a Mitch Mallet and not take damage. That's, by the way, a 2-frame window for the Sprite. It would be a 3-frame window for the boy, I believe. Open up the menu after you get hit by a spell, but before it deals damage to you. Pink dudes. Is Legend of Mana part of this series? I assume later, since it was PS1 game. Legend of Mana is actually more of a side title from the original Seiken Densetsu series, like a spin-off. But a lot of people just kind of consider it to be one of the main games. And I agree with that. Sorry for the late answer, I am pretty terrible at reading chat. Aww. I appreciate that, Turlox, and greetings to you, sir. I need to select the second option here. I keep forgetting about that. Vegan! Well, nope. Quite conceited for a child. Time for your punishment. Come! I always assumed he was basically speaking like a pirate. And that's why your punishment instead of actually being more like spelling error, which it is more likely to be. Also, yesterday I learned something from the Mexican runner who is currently casually playing through Secret of Mana. You can stand up here, and the Frost Gigas can actually not teleport on top of you when you stand up here. I am going to get frozen. I would get frozen unless I use a barrel. I'm going to use a barrel instead. So yeah, I actually did not know that the Frost Gigas apparently cannot teleport up here. So I learned something from a casual player once more. So I can just stand up here and be completely safe from his physical attacks. He might be dead, but I'm not sure. Actually. Okay, he's dead. So I did not need to use an additional fairy walnut. As a child you thought these pink guys have mustache. It looks so weird to me now. Yep. Good evening, Zestus. Why has the sprite to be small? The sprite is small because that reduces the amount of time it takes him to cast a spell, and more importantly, you know that fancy animation he does after he completes a spell? That is completely cancelled out when he is small, and thus I can move around, open up the menu, and basically do things a lot quicker. The short version is it allows me to cast spells a lot faster and also chain them together when the sprite is small. It is purely for spell casting purposes. You even knew that as a kid, Yaga, please. Aww. I never knew that. Even though I speedrun this game since a long time, I basically never had a use for it until, well, basically just now in the solo character challenges. Please do not kill me, that would be awkward. Also, the reason why I used the barrel earlier, Friar's Frost Breath is a physical spell. Physical spells are all the types of spells that bosses cast that you as a player cannot perform yourself. Which means Frost Breath can be negated through the use of a barrel, because barrels protect you from literally all physical attacks. Calling it the physical spell might seem a bit weird, but that's the best explanation I have for it, essentially. Hey, no ghosts allowed! Oh no! Was that Santa? Yep, that was Santa. And will I get Krampus instead? I have no idea who Krampus is. I helped save 2 seconds in Yoshi's Island 2. 100% runs because of some basic thing I knew as a kid. Nice, that's awesome. I love those kinds of things. It's just, the speedrunners care about those little things. And as surprising as it may seem to a lot of people, we don't know everything. We know a lot of things. There's a good chance that we know what you want to tell us. But there's also always the chance that, hey, I did not know that, and so we can, well, more or less use that. Hey Raijin, how are you doing? Oh, don't get rumped. Bad rabbit, don't rump people. Krampus is a boss in Binding of Isaac, I see. Specific parts of Europe. I've never heard of Krampus. I'm sorry. I do not know. Krampus is an actual entity. Well, I mean as actual as Santa. Okay. I've never heard of it, to be honest. That is news to me. So, I'm just going to move the sprite up and boom. It kills off the other 2 guys. So here, I'm also going to make sure that Sylph is sufficiently high leveled. Air Blast level 2 is fine, we can work with that. So I just need to level up the other spells in case I still need to level them. But I believe... Actually, Salamander I still want to level. So... This area here is one of the better options for me to level up spells. The reason for that is because of those green-hooded Robin Hood guys. Those guys actually have surprisingly little HP, and thus they die rather quickly with a single spell cast. So I can just kill them all with individual spell casts, no problem. Also, since I am going to not skip the Pure Lands in this run here specifically, because I want to level up the Sprite and might as well get all the way through Pure Lands. I don't need to level up the Boomerang, which is a lot more convenient, especially for the Sprite specifically. Those guys die to a single Air Blast. So, and this is one of the worst spells that can hit me, because there's no way for me to avoid taking damage from Fire Flame Wall, since I immediately, as soon as the spell hits me, get engulfed in flames and thus control is taken away from me. So in case that happens again, well, I would need to hopefully not die, preferably. So that's awkward. First hit me at a really inopportune time there. Good thing I healed. Oh, I was actually testing whether I could kill those ducks within one spell cast, but apparently that's not the case. I actually rarely heal up with healing items in any of my runs, even solo character challenges. It's just, if I get caught, usually I'm straight up dead anyways. But this here, I guess, is a bit of an exception. By the way, the reason why I'm not picking the Sprite to cast spells quicker is because it would be rather dangerous, since my defense is reduced by 2/3 whenever I'm Pigmid. Krampus is Santa from Futurama. I did not even know Baba Yaga was a movie. Interesting. I knew of Baba Yaga, the weird witch type thing, because at some point I just googled about Yaga to see what kind of result would pop up. So I just kind of knew about Yaga, or Baba Yaga in the first place. I never knew there was a movie. That's actually pretty fancy. Oh wait, I don't want to try to level beyond level 3, because you can't. We have not sealed the amount of Seed of Fire yet. It's okay, Edge Crimson. Don't worry about it. But please, do try to keep the language, let's say as a rule of thumb, family friendly. So here, Earthlight, level 7, does a fair bit of damage, but I managed to hit the 2-frame window to open up the menu, where it actually dealt damage, and so I was completely safe. Plus my own spell. Okay. The reason why I use Air Blast is Air Blast only does a little less damage compared to Lightning Bolt, but the big benefit of it is it only costs half as much in comparison, so this is much more efficient. Thank you, Edge Crimson, don't worry about it. None of us are angels here, I don't think. Well, most of us at least not. So that happens once in a while. Also, I have chocolate. Yay! Chocolate is basically my food, and little snacks were on the way. I also have... Essentially, by the way, Kishura helped me pick out whatever I should use for as snacks and stuff like that. I have something that is kind of like... what is defined as a Thai mix. Myung Kam style, whatever that means. And it's basically a bunch of nuts and nut type thingies that I've never had before, and it kind of tastes interesting. Swiss chocolate? Yeah, I believe that is Swiss. It's basically Maltine chocolate. That's actually really tasty, I can tell you that. If you ever get the opportunity to taste that, please do go for it. Unless you don't like chocolate, then that would be less than ideal. Oh wow. Alt-White just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Welcome. And I hope you enjoyed today. Oh, by the way, I forgot that last time, didn't I? Hang on, give me a second. Did I? I don't know. Either way, if anyone subscribes, you can put your $5 off the subscription towards one of the donation bid war thingies if you'd like to. So feel free to tell me which one that would be for you. So, Alt-White, thank you so much. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy your stay. So by the way, I don't really have much of a reason to keep the boy in a Sprite solo challenge, so I will pretty much get rid of him here. To give you an idea of as to why I'm not going to do this during the goal solo run, yet anyways, until the late game, is because of some weirdness on how bosses seem to not be hittable while the boss is not, the boy is not in your party. It's because of height difference that is not actually there and shouldn't occur, but it's there anyways. And I have really no clue as to how to get rid of that other than, well, just leave the boy in the party until the end game. The final two three bosses are not usually an issue of that. But for the Sprite, since he uses mostly magic until the Mana Beast, it's not much of an issue, so we got rid of the boy. I'm sorry to place him. Oh yeah, Big Balls Bettin 69 also subscribed earlier. If you'd like to put your subscription towards a specific bid war, feel free to do that. If you don't know what, just !some marathon in order to see what you could put it towards. Hang on. The Kinder snacks are actually really tasty. Oops, I did not mean to sleep. I thought this was the shop. Oopsie. So, I want to actually briefly upgrade the Sprite's equipment. Not much of an upgrade, but the reason why I want to do this is mainly because I want to give the boy the remainder equipment in order for me to get rid of him afterwards. Oh, he can't equip that. That's actually awkward. I need to buy another helmet in this case. Basically, I want the boy to not take too much damage, so he will get hit, but not get killed by whatever the enemies are throwing at us. So that's the idea. Also, no longer need those thingies. Oh, I already... Derp. One of those. I also don't need those other items anymore. There is no equipment trashing in this run here. Put it towards Soul Laser. Alrighty, let me do this. Thank you very much. Soul Blazer is awesome. Good choice. That is 31 for Soul Blazer now, and... Good morning, Cell Samuel. How are you doing? Where did I miss the thing? I get here. Ultimate, if you would like to put it towards something, I may have missed your chat message, but feel free to tell me that. And Mr. El Gusif? I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering that. Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce that. Thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. I really appreciate that. Welcome. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, sir. Or, well, thank you so much. I really should stop using the sir word. That's not neutral. Please, hit the boy. Not you! That's awkward. Well, alrighty. The boy is dead. The idea was that he would survive the attack. Which he didn't. That fish is really mean. Let's go. Hey, there we go. I believe the boy will not survive an attack here. Let me heal him first. There we go. And this should work. That didn't work. Need to heal him again. That silly fish is really annoying. Ah, I messed up again. And let me do this in the next room. Next room seems to be way easier anyways. Okay, Sprite. So, alrighty, to explain what I'm trying to do here. I tried to get the boy snowman, but without actually dying. There we go. And then I give him a medical herb. A little bit after he gets snowman, and then I push towards the enemies. The idea is that I want him to be able to move while he's a snowman. And this allows me to perform a glitch that is known as the snowman abduction and can result in this. I just removed the boy from a party. It's a bit random how that works, or more specifically, I actually have no clue how it exactly works. But, well, we now no longer have a third party member here. Because we don't need him, we just get rid of him. This is the snowman abduction list. The basic idea is just a character gets snowman and they don't normally have a pushing animation or pushing enemies around, and that results in them getting more or less deleted from your party. Hey Faceland, let's play, how are you doing? And thank you very much Mr. El Gusif for the subscription. Once again, if you'd like to put it towards something, feel free to tell me that. Preferably with my name added to it, like Yaga or Yagamoth in chat, that way I will get it highlighted. Doing good. Glad to hear that, Cell Samuel. I see. My run is quite fine, thank you. Well, I hope your arms don't hurt too much. Buy basic new equipment for the Sprite here. Also need to buy new ones of those since I kind of used them all up. So, alrighty, Sprite gets equipment upgrade. By the way, those rings are really awesome. Oh yeah, I forgot. The reason why I can't select this thing right now is because the boy still has technically equipped it, even though he's not in our party. So I will need to actually sell this thing before I can equip it. Sell this thing so the boy no longer has it equipped, since the sprite cannot really remove it. I believe he could technically remove it if he were to switch to it from an item that the boy cannot equip. But just selling them is fine, so the boy no longer has any existence, not even in the code of the equipment. Yeah. Also, the colors are slightly messed up because an enemy tried to cast something. Actually, no, I cast Lava Wave and changed screen before the fading of the screen, well, disappeared afterwards. You really like the unhealthy milk chocolate. Wait, that's unhealthy? It's really tasty. I can tell you that much. 98% too bitter. Honestly, I don't like bitter chocolate, except for the weird cooking chocolate we have. There is actually a cooking chocolate which is supposed to be used for cooking purposes in Switzerland here. And it is essentially a gigantic bar, like half a kilogram, which is about a pound. A really large one, rather dark chocolate. And I actually really like that one. I'm not usually a fan of dark chocolate, but that chocolate which is meant for cooking, I actually like quite a lot. It is really good and has just the right amount of bitterness and taste and chocolate to it. It's okay, Edge. Almond bark? I don't know. If you know the shop you can buy it from, you can buy it from the Migros. Actually, I don't know whether you can buy it on the other thing as well. It's usually at the lowest place. Also, it is the cheapest out of all the chocolate choices because, well, it's supposed to be for cooking. It's an ingredient, so that's usually cheaper than the chocolate you eat, so that's kind of convenient too. Evermore does not actually any ties to mana. The ties are, I believe, that Nintendo of America was allowed to use the idea from Secret of Mana and use it in their own game, and they ended up basically creating Secret of Evermore. At least I think that's how it ended up working out. Also, I believe Secret of Evermore does not have a Japanese version? Question mark? That's one of the few games, especially RPGs, that doesn't have one. Can you do this no matter option of 2 characters? Yes. The reason I keep the lady around is because I need her to open up 2 passages with the laser later on. It makes you hungry. I'm sorry, Blood. Oops. Exploder? Haha, didn't hit me because I was too fast. So the next boss is actually quite interesting because... By the way, the reason why I swung my weapon there is because it gives me just enough time to pass by that ice pie, not to get hit. Either way, this guy here is not weak to any specific element, however, I'm just kind of using that opportunity to level up elements that I will want to have higher level for later, and don't see much use outside of that. Although I don't think that's necessarily useful for Gnome. I probably want to switch off of Gnome. And just go over to Freeze. It's more efficient. Gnome I will need after I progress a certain amount through the game. Also, one more free spell cast should do the trick here. Can you do some snowman attacks and press against something and not the blue slime? Well, yes. You don't need to press against the blue slime, you need to just have the character be in the pushing animation. So you can push around chests or other enemies, stuff like that. Did I ever play Lufia? I played Lufia 2. I've never played the original Lufia. Which, by the way, if you don't know it, the Lufia we received in Europe is actually Lufia 2. More specifically, the German version is actually Lufia 2. But I've never played Lufia 1, which is... I don't know the subtitle. Either way, Lufia 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. It's really, really good. Both the story, gameplay, music. I really, really enjoy Lufia 2. It's really awesome. Stack that damage, yep. A Japanese release was planned to follow the North American release by a few months, but was ultimately cancelled. I assume that was for a Secret of Evermore. That kind of makes sense. Oh yeah, I forgot. The lady actually gets revived here. So, two things. As I mentioned before, I need to wait until the lady gets destroyed or killed before I can attack the vampire. That was a weird teleport. I've not seen that before. Also, I love that door that appears in the middle of the stairway there. So here, I placed the lady in a way where she gets eaten by the vampire. Also, she actually got grabbed out of bounds, which is actually kind of a weird occurrence where the vampire essentially dragged her further up north than my usual screen limit allows me to go, or allows AI control characters to go, and that actually locked the screen. If I were to defeat the vampire while the screen is locked like that, I would soft lock the game. So that's not terribly advisable, so let's hope that doesn't happen. So here also he's casting a spell, and I want to cast a spell while he hits me with his spell. The reason why I do this is because this allows me to completely cancel out the damage of his spell and just override it with my own. So here we use Earth Slide a little bit more, just to bring Gnome to level 3. Wait, that is... whatever, that should be enough. I don't think that's actually quite enough, is it? Nope. I only hit him twice so far. He will jump. That's actually terrible timing. Oh my god. That was way riskier than it should have been. That jump does a good amount of physical damage on top of me not having any physical defense because I'm pygmid. So that was kind of not so clever of mine, really. I need Thunderbolt before I need other stuff. I'm going to finish him off with a few spellcasts here. Hey H's, thank you for the good luck. Can definitely use that. How are you doing? Good afternoon to you. Yes. Stealthy Quarter, actually Lufia that we know in Europe is actually the prequel to the original Lufia. So if you played the first Lufia, you would have already known how the game ends. Interestingly enough. Which I'm kind of glad I did not know, because it had more of an impact on me. Just playing Lufia 2 before I ever looked at Lufia 1, for that matter. Welcome back, ASG. You had to shop something for dinner. Well then, I hope you have nice dinner then. The challenge is going quite fine, thank you. The last act of Lufia 2 was really solid. Indeed. Just woke up late in the morning over here. Good morning to you, haters. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I already have everything else, that's okay. You always wished you had played it 2 than 1, since different parts would be more impactful, but what can you do? Actually, I recently heard from someone, I don't know who it was, I think it might have been Almagas. Or maybe it was Seal. Either way, I heard from someone who plays RPGs regularly and speedruns them, that they think it's actually better to play Lufia 1 and then Lufia 2. I don't know about that. I'm inclined to believe them. They say it like that. And good morning, Atheist. Welcome to you as well. You just woke up? Welcome back to the world of the living. Greetings, just Zion. Is Met a thing where I am? Kind of. I'm not sure it's particularly popular, but among quite a few friends, they really like Met. They like Met a lot, in fact. And that's kind of their beverage of choice whenever they have the money to spend for it. I believe it's a bit more expensive than just beer. I'm not sure how that regularly is. I don't know anything about it at all, to be completely frank with you. I don't generally drink much alcoholic stuff. But Met is a thing over here, and people like it. I don't know how widespread it is. He took out Taco in one fine swing, and I forgot to replenish my MP before I went here. Alrighty, this guy here, as I mentioned before, I don't need Gnome. Not sure Air Blast is a particularly good choice here, however. Air Blast does, I think, not enough damage to good number on this guy, but I want to have Air Magic at level 3 before I get to 4 before I meet Gorgon Bull, which is preferable. So I'm just going to keep using Air Blast here. He might be dead. What are you doing, buddy? He somehow swallowed at least one of those damage numbers. Okay, alrighty. Salamander's up. Sylph is up. Next up we go for Salamander. And wow, it's a lot of stuff. Met is not equal met. Oh. Met is not meat? Wait, what? Okay, I have no idea what met is then. I'm sorry. Also, how did I decide to start streaming? What encouraged you? Never heard that story, I think. How I started streaming is because I wanted to help people speedrun a game that is called I Wanna Be the Guy Gaiden. And, well, I ended up initially just showing them tricks and stuff I figured out for that game, and eventually just started speedrunning the first stage myself. I put about 20 hours into the first stage, just an IL. That stage is less than a minute long. And that's how I ended up getting into streaming. Later on I discovered, hey, people are speedrunning a ridiculously difficult game I called I Wanna Beat Boshi. I did kind of the same thing there. I just kind of figured out optimization tricks and strategies for various portions of the game, and eventually just decided to see, I wonder how quick I can finish that game myself. And, well, I did that on stream once in a while. Okay, let me see. What is met? I have no idea. Met? Met is a preparation of minced raw pork that is popular in Germany, in Belgium and the Netherlands. A similar preparation made from beef. Huh. I've never heard of that met. So, nope, I guess that's not a thing over here. We have something that we call hackfleisch, but I'm pretty sure that's something different. That is essentially minced meat, I believe. This is not rude to ask, man. What's Twitch TV/LMagus. That is literally as I say it, LMagus. If someone could link that, that would be lovely. Magus is a good guy, so I don't mind people just kind of going out of their way and just go, hey, I would like to follow that guy. Let's do this. Also, if you're not sure whether that's okay with certain streamers or not, you could also whisper people with /W, and then their name, tend to ask them about certain stuff. By the way, I don't attack this guy because I want him to run out of his buff spell before I attack, since that could be dangerous if I attack him right here. Yes, Elmagus is awesome. Did he run out of magic already? Essentially wait for this guy to run out of his buff, because then, there we go. He will no longer counteract with himself, with him buffing himself. You want to use this? Oh. Thank you, Lefton. And greetings, Ollie. Thank you for the good luck. How are you doing? Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. I used the wrong spell. But that's okay. He's dead. So yeah, the sprite in comparison to the girl and the boy is just kind of flying through the game, by the way. So after Boshi, you pick up Secret of Mana as your primary game, pretty much. Essentially, I was actually on I Wanna Be the Boshi, and for that matter, in the I Wanna Be the Guy type of community, since a long time already. So yeah, and eventually, thanks to Secret of Mana, people started to just kind of go, oh hey, you're the guy who plays Secret of Mana with 2 controllers, that's crazy. And I started making a lot of good friends in the speedrunning community, especially among the Super Nintendo RPG runners. And that ended up being really awesome. Oh, we get new equipment here. And also reload on those thingies. Plus, we get one of the most important ones. This here is the Lazuri Ring. The Lazuri Ring increases the intelligence of a character by 5, which is the sprite's primary magic damage source. So me increasing that by a tremendous amount is definitely helpful. Also, the defense increase is just basically, we now have 3 times as much defense. Not quite 3 times, but almost. It's more than double. You're pretty good. Nice, that sounds awesome. First day off of a 2-week vacation. Nice, that sounds awesome. Well, I hope you enjoy that. I remember when I played Boshi after Wikwix and Yaga, I hated that game terribly. It was painful. No. Boshi is not for everybody. It's a real challenge. Basically, if you know about I Wanna Be the Guy, I Wanna Be the Guy for the most part is just a troll game. but it is actually not all that difficult. It's just super trolly and kills you in very unfair ways. It's, in my opinion, just basically a puzzle platformer, really. With the exception of the final boss, that is kind of difficult. But that is I Wanna Be the Guy. And if you played I Wanna Be the Guy and thought you could beat I Wanna Be the Boshi in the same fashion, well, you'd be kind of mistaken, because I Wanna Be Boshi, even though it is also a bit of a troll game, it is actually genuinely difficult, but really well balanced at that. As in, when you die, it is 99% of the time your own fault. I say 99% because there are those odd cases where I would say the game didn't do that right or so. But that's really rare. No third dude. Well, I mean, it's a solo character challenge after all. I don't technically need the other one. It was so hard, yes. You still hate Boshi. I mean, the difference between Super Meat Boy and Boshi is that Boshi kind of has really difficult platforming, but the main deal about it revolves around beating bosses. The bosses are a huge step up from compared to Super Meat Boy. And I just love that challenge where I progress through the boss slowly, I figure out more and more attacks as I arrive longer and longer and longer, and eventually I deal enough damage to the boss that I reach a new phase and, well, then I figured out the next phase. Pretty much. Thank you very much. Alrighty, we equipped a circlet here, which has less defense than the duck helmet. However, the big advantage of the circlet is actually that it allows me to also we kill some enemies for a little bit of experience. The big advantage of the circlet is, yeah, I deal more damage with spells, because it also gives +5 intelligence, kind of like the Lazur ring. So it's really, really valuable. You understand the appeal? Yeah, it's just kind of... I understand when people don't like it. It's... Boshi is a really brutal game to try and beat. Claps. Indeed. Claps are awesome. You try to get past claps, make sure to let them finish their clapping. Also, I need to remember I don't need to step on that switch. Ever since I did runs which involved going through the Palace of Darkness, I stepped on that switch. And only after some time learned, oh, I don't have to step on that switch, really? It's kind of weird. That's going to kill me. Oh wow, it didn't kill me. I thought it would kill me. So I tried to kill that, or shoot a spell at the knight armor thingy before it would use its magic reflection wall. That was too slow. Clap. And they split up. And we kill them in freeze. Switch to the whip. And jump over here. So, alrighty, also, we just use a barrel after facing the right here. The barrel has a really weird hitbox. We hit the rope hole below us, which is the only requirement. You need to have the whip equipped, and then hit the rope hole. Hit any rope hole in the vicinity, and you are allowed to jump into the direction you're facing. Normally the rope holes are set up so you cannot hit them in unintended directions outside of special instances. And I can just kind of take advantage of this. Dark Force. It's actually really rare that those guys cast any spells on me. So, alrighty. We are Pygmate, and now we need Salamander. Which I probably should have leveled up beforehand, but that's okay. Normally you want to enter this fight here with Salamander level 4, but level 3 already does a decent amount of damage. This guy here has a pretty crazy amount of magic defense and also HP. So trying to deal spell damage against him, you need to know the correct element and also have the element leveled up appropriately. Delicious mint. Also, if I get a low damage roll on the fireball, it only deals 3 damage or so. What can happen too? Now we have level 4 Salamander, and this is going to be a lot more efficient now. We would never do a speedrun of Mountain Kite with 100%. The thing about speedrunning that game is you literally do have enough time to sleep in between certain segments and sections. So it is a commitment for a week. Or at least you get to sleep in between. Still kind of crazy. Yeah, I kind of hope that it would kill him before I had to use another fairy or not, but apparently not. Pizza. Delicious pizza. Bum. By the way, speaking of 100% runs, currently we have in our Discord someone called Kensei routing out Skies of Arcadia 100%, which we expect to be a bit more or just about 24 hours in length. And just him routing that is just fascinating to get some input and interest ideas about the entire thing. It's really awesome. And he discovered so many strategies, so many things added to it. It's really nice to just kind of witness this routing there. Cool. Money drum. We now have Shade in tow. With Shade we can go further. Also, somewhere over here. Uh-oh. East from here. East is over here. Right, there we go. Okay, next up we get to Blue Spike. Now, Blue Spike is actually a boss that has no specific weakness and his magic defense is pretty high, so trying to deal any form of magic damage to him is kind of difficult, but not impossible. So we should be able to almost eat him with using 3 fairy walnuts. Streakers of Grady and Streets of Rogue are on my plan when they are done to run. Not sure about Crosscode yet. I still want to look at Crosscode. I have no idea about that game yet, really, but thank you. Also, I earlier picked up the Glove Orb to upgrade the glove to the Chakram, or the Chakra Gloss, but I did not actually end up they were using it, which is kind of awkward. So, I wait until the slowdown wears off here before I move on. There we go. Because otherwise I would be a bit in trouble trying to get away from the blue Spike here. So this is blue Spike. As mentioned, his magic defense is pretty high. Like, really high. And I need from level 4 to level 5. How many was it? 15 spell cast, 17? Either way, this is 9 spell cast total here. And it only deals about 500 damage with 9 spell cast. So this is still way better than any physical damage I can deal to him. So I'll just keep doing this. Okay, should level up about now or so. Yeah, that was 18 spellcast. I guess I was wrong about the 17. There we go. Leveled up, freeze to level 5. And he should be dead here rather soon. Even though he has a pretty high amount of HP, he usually dies on about the 3rd wave of spells. And as long as I use a Fairy Monad right after firing the last spell, I will get my MP back before I lose the MP. By the way, earlier I did not mention something. If you use a recovery item like MP recovery, just before a boss dies, the boss animation or the boss death animation actually cancels that recovery event and your healing. So if you use a Fairy Monad a little bit later there, I would not receive my MP back from the Fairy Monad, which happened earlier in the Ice Palace, which was a little bit awkward. Thank you. Alrighty, and here we are going towards the Gorgon Ball. For Gorgon Ball, this is why I wanted to have Sylph at a reasonably high level. Level 4 Air Blast should do the trick, no problem. Actually, I could probably use some Lightning Bolts, Thunderbolts as well. So the reason why I want to have this at a higher level is because I'm not entirely sure how much MP I have left over after Blue Spike. Since if I get low damage rolls, I will need more Fairy Walnuts. So I would like to know whether, well, I have to use 1 or 2 more Fairy Walnuts here. Or more specifically, as few as possible, since I'm now kind of dipping into my reserve supply. I only have 4 reserves left. Reserves are Fairy Walnuts that are additional stacks. I just used up 1 of the other stacks. And I can technically replenish those stacks, but it would be taking me about 3 or 4 minutes to do so. I'd rather not do that. I get the feeling that the deaths may have been thrown into place just a little. Probably in Button Kaitos. So here is one of 2 instances where I actually need the lady alive for progressing further. In the Moon Palace there is a seed I need her to activate via using laser beams. Also this kind of looks like oil, doesn't it? But if you get close up to it, it kind of has stars and other weird things in it. I have no clue what this is supposed to be. Like a star ocean on the desert floor or so? I have no clue. Also, speaking of milestones, I kinda forgot to mention that earlier. We already met the first milestone, the story time for Call of Cthulhu Part 1. I will be doing this after we complete the Sprite's run. I will likely, if the third one gets met, just kind of interrupt the lady's run, because I assume that's going to be around during there. Don't absorb her! Oh no! She has only exactly 8 MP. Well... Did I just do this wrong? I just did this wrong. Well, I used up 2 fairy walnuts out of my reserve stash just now, because of that one guy. She needs exactly 8 MP to cast Loosen Beam. Now he magic absorbs her. Doesn't matter, she has no magic left. Ah, that's silly. Magic Absorb always hits. You cannot deny the Magic Absorb. Blindfold Seeker of Mana, yep. No clue how that's going to turn out, but... After seeing recently Donkey Kong Country 2 being blindfolded, as in legit blindfolded, I was so impressed I figured, huh, if he can do that, I probably can do something like that as well. And greetings to you, Kex. Am I going to SJDQ? No, there are currently no plans to go to SJDQs. Would probably be too expensive to take additional trips. Considering that I'm basically raising money just for living, and actually also RPG Limit Break, by the way. I'm going to go to RPG Limit Break because that makes sense. Not just because it's a marathon I would like to go to, I definitely want to go to that if I have the option, but to a large degree because it's also kind of a business opportunity in the widest sense. It may not make sense to a few people, but essentially me going there also helps the stream a little. So I can kind of justify to do that. Considering that whenever I do any marathon run, I seem to get really positive responses. I think that is fair to do. And also a lot of followers and people that join me every time, which is awesome. But unfortunately, SJDQ is just kind of a bit too out there. I don't have anything to offer currently anyways that would not have already been presented at previous marathons. So that's a bit unfortunate. Blindfolded would probably be one controller category, in case you're wondering about that. I don't think I would want to handle 2 controllers during that, or more specifically, I don't think it would be terribly beneficial. That was interesting. I had no idea I could do this. Minnesota is too out there? You live here! Oh, I'm sorry, H's. It's too out there for me, because Minnesota is kind of far away from me. I actually need to create a save file here. In the Frost Country. Ice Country? Ice Country. So, next station is Tasnica. Tasnica, I actually want to reset to set it as if I had not done Tasnica after I'm in the next area. The way I'm going to be doing this is I create a corrupted save file here. So if you land just in the Ice Country, right next to the Sneaker on save, your save file is corrupted automatically. This does not happen on the PAL version, by the way, only on the NTSC. That is English, American and Japanese versions. So what I'm essentially doing here is I now created a corrupted save file, which will allow me to save warp to any location I'm currently in. So this doesn't seem like it's terribly useful at first. However, essentially I'm going to go through Tasnica here, defeat whatever dude is in Tasnica, in order for me to progress the story, and to be able to go into the lofty mountain area, into doppelganger area. And then I'm actually going to reset and save warp into that doppelganger area. What that does for me is I can defeat the doppelgangers without technically having done Tasnica, since I saved before doing this portion here. Wrong way! Did I say RPG limit break? Yes. Secret Mana Blind for 1 player 2 controller, or one player 3 control, 1 player 3 dance pads, on hand, while baking a cake, a difficult one. Sure. Oh, he's not dead. Poor ninja, look at him, how his hat he is. So, here we need to talk to the king. He gives us a sword orb, and this is why I want to basically reset this to not having done this. This sword orb I will acquire later. So essentially I'm going to save warp into an area to not have that sword orb yet. What that allows me to do is I can basically go back here, get the sword orb after acquiring all the other sword orbs already, and with that I can get the mana sword early. More specifically, I can't get the mana sword at all, considering it is actually a spell that the girl and the sprite have to cast simultaneously on the boy, which requires 3 characters total. Normally, however, I can just use it like this. And with this, we now can go over here. As mentioned, Tasnica is required to be able to enter the doppelganger cave, or Jock's cave, so we need to do this now. You have not heard of RPG Limit Break before. RPG Limit Break is really awesome. Also, I just messed that up. RPG Limit Break is essentially HDQ, or SGDQ for that matter, for RPGs. Since I coincidentally simply seem to run mostly RPGs, that seems to be quite a fair choice for me. It's actually interesting. I really like speedrunning, or at least doing some speedrunning stuff for platformers as well. Like I wanna be the Boshi, I wanna be the guy Gaiden, Wings of Wii, and stuff like that. Especially the stupid difficult ones seem to appeal to my interest. Alrighty, now we are through here. Hi! This only happens after you complete the Tasnica subquest or subplot. Oopsie. So, and now, as mentioned, I'm here, and I'm going to hold Start Select L and R for a few seconds. This does not erase all the variables that are loaded in the game, which means the current location is still set. Since this file here is corrupted, boom, I actually restart exactly where I was just at. However, because I loaded the save file, I now do not technically have Tasnica complete. Which means I will be able to progress through the doppelganger area, complete it, and then progress further on afterwards, without having to do Tasnica in a sense. Looked at the schedule, it's quite awesome. I can highly recommend you to look at the schedule. It's going to be really sweet. RPG Limit Break, that is. Greetings, Sedoxa. How are you doing? Good evening. Dum, dum, dum. Oh, also, it's actually an interesting portion I just realized. I would probably want to have upgraded one of my weapons. Because the doppelgangers actually have max magical defense. And so I need to kill 2 of them. However, what I can do is use Acid Rain or Acid Storm to lower their defense. They only take 1 damage from each spell, so that's a bit awkward. Plus they are completely invulnerable to any attacks while they are executing their special moves. Trying to deal with those guys is a little bit awkward right now. Unless they get critical hits, this will be a bit of a lengthy process to try and defeat them. Also, there's no music here. I don't think they have that much defense, actually. Since, with or without Acid Rain, it doesn't seem to make much of a difference. So yeah, the Sprite just defeats the boy ghost as well, because technically speaking, the boy is not dead. He's just missing from the party. So we kind of have to face the ghost from the past in a sense. The boy ghost, or whatever you want to call that, has 999 HP, while the Sprite and the girl have 800 HP. Which, by the way, is also the highest possible HP values for each character when you level them up to 99. Ow. So yeah, while this boy is spinning around like that, you cannot hit him at all. While the Sprite is attacking you, you cannot hit him at all. Also, by the way, in case you're wondering, I refer to the Sprite as him because that is a he in English. It's a she in the German version, it's a he in the French version. It's gender neutral in the original Japanese translation. Version. Is the corrupted save file the reason why the music is not being there anymore? Basically, yes. So essentially, the music has specific triggers. Or in a sense, you could say, music only starts in specific areas. Also, I just realized the spear should deal more damage. So each area can or cannot have a music trigger associated to it. For example, in front of the water palace... No damage? In front of the water palace, there is no music trigger, which means it will keep the music from whichever area you entered that area from. If you enter from inside the water palace, outside the water palace, still the water palace music will sound. If you enter from outside the Pandora Fields, still the Pandora Fields music will sound. Also, it appears that I have a vastly lower hit chance with the spear compared to the sword. Next time I only have to upgrade the weapon before I come here, I feel. Because this takes a pretty lengthy amount of time trying to defeat them, especially with the Sprite. But the lady is not going to be much of a problem, since she can just power her physical attacks up, and the boy only has physical attacks in the first place, so they are powered up anyways, so... yeah. Slightly awkward. I didn't think about that one before I went here. They should be dead soon, I think. Or at least the Sprite is dead soon. The Sprite probably has a bit more HP left. There was no chance to hit the boy because he was too far away. The Sprite was invulnerable because he was executing a special move. It's the same type of invulnerability you have as a player when you execute that. So trying to hit the boy while he's executing that move, pretty much impossible. I have to hit him after he executes that move, or those moves for that matter. Do I have any spells that could help me here? No. No. Not really. Not really. Not really. Not really. I mean, I can test this. I don't think this actually works. Speed down is supposed to reduce enemy evasion, but I don't think that actually works. I guess even if they are reduced, it would still be only 25% reduction. They have so much evasion, it's silly. To be fair, I can only be barely hit either. Oh, hang on. If I actually equip the Duck Helm, they cannot hurt me at all. Because that is too much defense for them to handle. Which is interesting. So I don't need to worry about my health anymore. So I can just push them into the corner. Okay, Sprite is down. That's nice. The boy just kind of backs off after unleashing his special moves. While during the special moves he is invulnerable, while backing off my level 2 attack is too slow to actually hit him. I need to actually corner him in order for me to be able to hit him here. And he is dead, okay. That took a while. We play a 3-controller co-op. Secret of Mana would be cool. Yes, that is going to be happening at the RPG Limit Break. Granted, well, that is part of the reason why I do a bit of a fundraiser here. Granted, I can go for that matter. Essentially, I did not specifically label it RPG Limit Break, but that is kind of part of it. By the way, for anyone curious, my flight ticket for RPG Limit Break and essentially back cost me about 2,000 bucks, literally. But that is because I'm also visiting Japan, kind of in the middle there. So I would not be quite that bad. Where am I? Oh yeah, I remember. I was really confused. What do I need to do now? Excuse me. What will it be? Oh, 4 of those? Okay. You ever heard of loots.com? Maybe something for you? I have no idea. Never heard of it. So I would not know about it, really. Thank you. So the reason why I killed off the lady here before going to save is kind of simple. I will want to have as much... Wait. No, it's fine. I will want to have as much power possible and start damaging the next boss as early as possible before I go anywhere else. The next boss is one that uses Wall, if you let him. Wall reflects magical spells, and that is kind of bad for us, as you might be able to imagine. Which cities will I visit in Japan? Only Tokyo, actually. I will be over there for 6 months, and then I come back here. I assume maybe we'll also visit more of the outskirts of it, other than the main city. I'm not a big city goer. Just happens to be where, well... You real click it, a small ad pop up on screen and in chat, and you get paid for the amount of views you have. I mean, that's not free. You're what's the word? You're paying with time and viewers visibility. Oopsie, I did not mean to use Acid Storm, that's a bad idea. Because it costs more MP than anything else. So 3 spells actually should deal max damage to this guy. Wow, he is burst on me. That is kind of rare. This should kill him in theory, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure. Let's go one more spell after it. It didn't kill him. This should kill him, right? Didn't kill him. Uh-oh. So next action he does is cast Wall. I know that because that's always what he does. Sometimes he casts Burst before he uses Wall. But unfortunately my magic was not strong enough apparently. I blame him using this. Also now I can use Dispel Magic to try and undo his Wall. Can't undo Wall, which means it actually they take away some wall charges from him. I believe 3 spellcasts are enough. Nope. Okay, 3 spellcasts were not enough. I don't know how many spellcasts, but I'm casting Slowdown now instead of anything else. Because I have no idea how much more he is left over. And that was the last spellcast I would have needed to do. Okay, actually kind of awkward. So, change of plans, I need to refill my MP. Optimally I could kill him straight up, but not in this case. Now he jumps away. The reason why I went so far away is because he jumps up. And now he's no longer casting any spells on his own. And I believe I should be able to hit him now, right? No, still not? There we go, now I can hit him. Actually kind of awkward. Because now I used up my entire set of fairy walnuts right there. To be fair, maybe I should have leveled up Shade along the way, since I want to level up Shade anyways. That fight looked close, kind of. I was kind of safe while he was in his ball form instead of with the legs. Kind of. He had a chance to just kind of dash around the area, and to my knowledge he would actually one-shot the Sprite even at full HP, so it wasn't even worth healing. Healing would have just taken more time. The taco mutated? Well, it depends on what you put in there. That can happen. You need to be careful with the ingredients. Oh, wrong place. I meant to go to the city and now I don't find it anymore. Where are you? There we go. You had to do Gilgamesh, that might have been a bit much. Gilgamesh is awesome. I like Gilgamesh. Hey Silverfire, welcome. And well, I'm glad you enjoyed the lurking over there. And for that matter, ladies and gentlemen, if you're lurking and just hanging around, enjoy your lurking. I like all the lurkers, that's pretty awesome. A Gilgamesh taco. Gilgamesh. Not quite met. Boom, 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 boom. To stay? Nope. Save your game? Yes, please. Alrighty, I'm actually going to create a second save file now here, which will allow me to regain the current state of the game that I'm currently in. So what that means is currently the sunken continent has risen from the bottom of the ocean and, well, it's no longer sunken, which is technically its original state, but whatever. Either way, what I can now do with that is that it allows me to go into the Grand Palace if I could go down there. But normally you have to first go all the way through the bottom of the underground palace and just kind of through the ancient city and through the railway and subway. That takes quite a long amount of time and also includes 2 bosses. We can skip those by creating a second save file. Remember, I still have the first save file from resetting Tasnica. I will keep that for now. And now we go and move over here. Eating. Enjoy your food. This game is sad when you're banished from hometown. Kind of. You also get sent on to an adventure, so that's a pretty big plus, right? So, alrighty. We do the same trick. Essentially, we now have 2 corrupted save files. One is where the sunken continent is, well, still sunken, and one is right here where the sunken continent is risen. So what I do here is I go into the underground. Then I load the save file where the sunken continent is not yet risen. Oh, shoot. I did save before. Oopsie. Oopsie. I should have saved this differently. I did save this one here before I went into the sunken continent. That was actually kind of awkward. So I'm going to do the same stuff again, except I only have 1 corrupted save file currently. I need to have a second one. And yes, the save warping does not work on the PAL version at all. Oh no. Well, it looks like I have to do the underground city anyways. Because apparently I saved in Mandala after I did the thing. So, well, no skipping of the underground city. We just go through it normal. It's a bit awkward, but not terrible. I kind of know my way around. So yeah, I would have skipped that thing if I did stuff set up properly. If I set up stuff properly. On the bright side, this is the Sprite solo challenge. I need a ton of levels in the end anyways, so getting additional experience from bosses is not too bad. So I'm kind of okay. A missile, that's kind of rude. Although killing off the lady, I'm fine with that. I keep forgetting which way it is, left or right. Left. First one is left, second one is right in that case. First light, wow. I think it should not kill the sprite. Ooh, that deals a good amount of damage though. And we pygmy the sprite so he can cast spells faster. MP absorb, rude. I'm going to MP absorb you right back, buddy. The issue with MP absorbing MP absorbing him is that my MP absorb is not strong enough to actually MP absorb him for more than one, so that's kind of awkward. The game is 20 years old. What do you mean they fixed it? Basically, the PAL release got a few hot fixes before they released it in the PAL region, since it was released in Europe about half a year later after it was released in the US. And it's actually the same thing from the original Japanese version to the PAL version, where they did actually fix a pretty severe bug that involved pretty much soft locking on almost every single boss in the game if you were not careful about it. And that bug you never experienced in the PAL version, but it's actually really crazy severe, as I said, in the original version, Japanese. And that's also one of the main reasons why there are basically no Japanese speedrunners of this, from what I can tell. Because no one wants to deal with that. There's also a big reason as to why we don't even bother to try and check whether the Japanese version would be any faster than the English version. Although they did fix it in the Virtual Console release. And greetings, Happy Camper, how are you doing? Yes, I do know my way around this game. Do you so much speed? Do you for a second? Can you remember when you played the game properly? You mean casually? Yeah, I do. I played this game a lot when I was a kid. With my siblings, with my neighbors, with my friends, with pretty much anyone I could convince them to, hey, this game is amazing, play this with me. And it would always pretty much be a blast, so it's awesome. Spells level so slow in this version. Yep, that's true. Hey Muppleton, how are you doing? Any version that wasn't localized by Claude and Moise is inferior. Sure, we can go with that. I'm not sure. I actually like the localization, it's fine. Considering with the limitations they had to work with, they had to basically compress the script by about half of what it is in order to fit it into the text boxes. So I think it's quite fine overall. So by the way, those little caterpillar type guys are really mean. And if I can avoid dealing with them, I will. Since they are also pretty strong overall, I really... Ow, that's the worst case scenario. Please don't kill me. That's also pretty awkward. I'm going to get hit dead again. Alrighty, we are alive, so that's a plus. Oh boy. At least I can appear so this thing. For a decent amount. There we go. You know what? I have a barrel. I'm going to use it. This area here is one of the more dangerous to traverse, and especially with the Sprite solo, it is... Well, I make a small misstep and I'm dead. That's pretty much how it works, it seems. Entire Switzerland played the Secret Mana of Yaga. Not quite, but maybe. Not quite that much. Can't beat up waking up at a noon Saturday. Well, that sounds nice. Welcome to the world of the living. By the way, enemies completely ignore your existence if you have a barrel equipped. They just idle, literally. That's the only time you see enemies idle, otherwise they always try to get closer to you or away from you or just follow their standard script. This is what the enemies do while you are... well, just doing your own stuff. It just stands around full of joy and happiness. And they don't have to care about intruders because there are none, since barrels. This guy's pretty fast. Apparently he used to be a sprinter. You should have said glitchless. Glitchless? I played glitchless a while ago. It's a speedrun category too, by the way. World of the eating? Eating is fine. I would like to have some tacos. I don't have tacos, but I have sandwiches. So yeah, this is pretty slow, but it's as safe as it gets, really. Solid snaking your way through the dungeon, indeed. Indeed. Nothing to see here, just a barrel passing by. Well, Xanatos recruited some weird fellows into his army recently. I guess that doesn't make it much more strange. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whee, and we can go through here. By the way, you literally cannot hit this button over here unless you hit the combination of switches in the previous room I just hit. It just straight up doesn't work. Also, I'm going to heal up here, just in case. I hope it doesn't matter, but you never know. I only have one barrel left. I would kind of like to keep that one for a stretch in the Pure Lands. So, they are diving, so we can go fast. TMR demonstrated some minutes ago. What did TMR do, if I may ask? But yes, trying to play the game glitchless in the sense of glitchless is pretty much impossible. So we tried to play the game essentially how it was probably intended to be played, or how anyone played it casually, not taking advantage of a lot of stuff that is obviously not intended, even if it's not technically a glitch. We still avoid taking advantage of stuff that is not intended, that is... well, we could, but we don't want to. Like, we don't skip any cutscenes either in glitchless. Food box, exclamation mark food box. It's not a website. If for some reason you like the train part as a kid, me too. It's actually pretty neat. I like it. Such an odd little intermission. So let's see. A few spells here and a few spells more. This guy has really, really low maximum HP. So he dies rather quickly to a salve of spells. So I hope this kills him, because then I don't have to use a fairy on that. Nice. So much play. Yeah, I did recently a 12-hour challenge of Illusion of Gaia, learned the speedrun, and I've done, I think, 300% runs so far. Still not a particularly good time, as you might expect. Still died a few times unintentionally along the way, but I like it as a speedrun, it's pretty neat. Kimara was climbing the cliffs when he tried to talk to Nico. Nothing happened, so he moved on, and during rope sequence, Nico's dialogue suddenly showed up. Nice. Yes, that happens. That is actually not terribly unusual. Thank you. So, I could absorb from those knee lions. because their magic defense is not too high. Unless I roll a low damage roll, I can easily absorb some MP from them. Actually, it's even easier to absorb magic from those little fish. They have even lower magic defense, and that helps me tremendously here. Alrighty, and we are in the Grand Palace. This is where I should have been about 10 minutes ago, but that's okay. Messed up with the save files. Shouldn't do that with the boy, and I kind of hope by the time I reach the girl it will be glitchless. But we'll see about that. So I use the cheapest spells here for activating, or generally slow versus cheap versus fast. I'm going to balance that out a little. Since it doesn't matter which spell of the school use on those switches, you just need to use the correct spell school, like on daily spells and stuff. Which is unusual since all the other orbs you need to activate actually require a specific spell. I decided to keep the axe while swinging there. You got a large, yummy roast leg of yuck. Something like that. Is this a special run or is it a normal speed run? The newspaper. It is going to be a series of multiple runs, which the entire thing is going to be like 24 hours. This is kind of a special run. It's not technically your usual speedrun category to do a solo character challenge. But this is kind of what I do here. So I will be doing all 3 solo character challenges basically just in one sitting. So this is the last time I actually need the lady. After that I could straight up get rid of her as well, kind of like I deleted the boy from my party. And I will likely do this after I get through here. So I just activated that switch over there. That switch activates or removes one of the candle holders in a room after, well, I get into after this one. And this is why I needed the lady still. This is literally the only reason why I still had her in the party. There's no other reason to keep her outside of that. So that means she can now go back to sleep. Lady. Thank you. Activate that switch from over here. I don't think it makes much of a difference if you use a freeze after she's dead. Also, those wolves always howl when you get close and split up into multiple ones if they have enough space to do so instead of attacking you. So they are not usually immediately dangerous, but their howl is rather quick, so you need to get past them rather quick as well. Also, actually, I just remembered, I do not need to go on the left. On the left there is actually the last orb you need to activate in this palace, where you are supposed to, well, make a rope hole appear on the other end of this area. But what you can do instead is pick me yourself. Come on. There we go. And jump across. So the way how rope pull works, just to illustrate this, There are certain tiles, like this one just over here I'm facing. This little tile to the left, as soon as I step on it, my party will gather. Boom, and the screen centers on my character as well. So, when I'm on this tile after activating this, hit a rope pole with any weapon, I will be able to just jump across the gap. So normally the whip actually has a minimum range. So for example, the lady would not get hit here. I will basically only hit the larger end of the attack here. Because it's a whip, it does not have any short range damage. And that's why you normally cannot hit the rope poles right next to you. But if I pygmy myself, well, I can still hit them right next to me because I still technically have the whip equipped, I'm standing in the correct position, and I'm hitting a rope pole, and that's the 3 requirements that we need. This little lizard here, he's rather easy to defeat. And good night. Since he is weak against fire, we just throw some fire beams at him and he's dead. That's as easy as it gets, really. Then I go outside here to absorb some magic from those guys. And since I get the spell through before they complete their spell cast, I still absorb some magic from them. Really straightforward. Excellent. Alrighty. This means we can now go for hexes. Let me check how many fairy walnuts I have left over real quick. 3 and 2. Alrighty. It's more than enough to kill hexes. I hope I don't have to dip into my stash of fairy walnuts, but we'll need to see whether that's going to be true or not. Let's go. Hey referee, how are you doing? As a kid you played rather slow, those wolves were rather pain for you. Yes, I definitely feel you there, so to speak. Those wolves are pretty strong overall. So, Hexus has pretty high magic defense. And she also loves to fling a bunch of spells at you. So I need to make sure that her time to fling spells at me is minimized as much as possible. The way I'm going to ensure this is, after the next spell, I will use Lava Wave on her, which actually does a lot less damage than Freeze. However, the advantage of it is that it has such a long animation that it just freezes hexes in place for a lot longer amount of time, and I can replenish my MP without any trouble, so that's pretty awesome. And with this, I should be able to finish off hexes reasonably quickly. Let's see. Okay, she's still not dead. Going to do the same thing here again. Oh, that's bad. I actually used a... the Mage Mallet on myself to unpygmy myself, since she was using a physical spell. Since my defense is severely reduced, that would have done a ton of damage to me, which I cannot afford to take, since it would likely one-shot me. Nope. Also, by the way, she switched into her magical spells, which means she will now cast magic spells as well against me. Which is kind of fine, since they are way easier for me to avoid taking damage from. Since while I'm casting spells, and she casts a spell on me, her damage is cancelled out, mine still hits. So, let me actually do a thing real quick. Switch over the bid war to the other one. Before I go in here, I go back outside and absorb some more MP from those guys. I feel like it's going to be very, very useful. And in the meantime, also make sure that the lady is dead on entry. Thank you. We have 24 out of 24 MP, which should be sufficient to defeat the mech rider number 3 here. So, I actually tried to devise a different strategy than usual against the mech rider number 3. So, how you normally defeat him is by just casting a bunch of spells at him until he's defeated. But, however, that is kind of sort of dangerous, and I remember the last few times I had a bit of trouble doing this with the Sprite. So I'm going to devise a bit of a different tactic here. Actually, in fact, I should not be Pigmate. Let me explain. When you are Pigmate, you basically complete your spell cast faster, which in this case is essentially just reaching an earlier cycle of me. Oh, this is not going to work, is it? Yeah, this doesn't work. Either way, I reach an earlier cycle of me doing stuff, which did not work out at all, so he still has a wall on himself. Wall is a little bit of an issue. I kind of want him to get rid of his wall, however, I believe my physical attacks are not strong enough to deal any damage to him. No, I literally just crit him there, and it didn't deal any damage to him with the strongest attack I can use. So, use this magic. By the way, I'm at the very bottom of the arena. The mech rider number 3 is kind of questionable in how he tries to kill you. He actually uses his dash ability only when he is on your height level. Think that. Okay, just checking. Alrighty, let me try to absorb some more MP from him. Okay, this is not going to work too well, because now he has his wall up again. So, Shade level 1. On the wall. Shade on the level 1 removes 3 wall charges on the wall. And well, going to cast Gnome on him twice, because that doesn't deal any damage to myself. And that might have gotten rid of the wall. Okay, it's kind of awkward anyways in the end. Okay, alrighty. Let's do the... I'm going to kill you thing. I'm just going to cast a bunch of free spells in succession. And try to make him have as little time as possible in between my own spell casts, so his wall will not pop up too quickly. Let me try to do the same strategy here. Actually, no. I want to just do max damage. I don't think I can prevent him from casting his own wall, so that would be a bit silly. Almost max damage, so that's good. Need to dispel wall again. I believe it's 3 dispel magic. I'm going to test with Gnome. Okay, gnome works, which means I can just cast on Dinny again. This time I'm going to use Lava Wave. Trying to slow him down as much as possible. This is my last fairy mana, which hopefully is going to be enough to kill him here. Oh, that's bad. That's going to kill me. Yep. Oh, no. How many pheromones do I have here? 4 plus 2. That's okay. So, I just save out into this battle. I can do this. Why did he just do this? Yeah, safe warping in here helps me a fair bit. Here. Here. I believe it's 4 plus 1. After that, he has no more left over. Might as well just do one more. So, alrighty. Change of plans on my strategy. Oh! Also, I forgot something. I want to go and equip my circlet again for... No, don't cast wall! Oh my god. 1, 2, 3... That's exactly what I want to avoid, him casting wall, actually. 4... By doing a strategy that... Okay, it's looking something like this. Basically right now, he is now in a charge mode where he will not respond to attacks, and I should be able to deal damage to him without actually using other attacks. He's really fast though. I'll check that in a second. Thank you very much. But the downside here is that he does not dash for particularly long, apparently from right to left. Also, my level currently is lower, so my total magic damage should be less than before in theory, which is also quite less than ideal. Oh, and I'm dead again. It's too early, just donated $5. Thank you very much, It's Too Early. I appreciate that. And says, good luck today. Thank you very much, It's Too Early. It's Too Early, if you'd like to allocate this to any specific, well, bid war, please do tell me so. And hello, how are you doing? Greetings to you, It's Too Early. Let's see. He's currently trying to ram him with his butt. With the butt of his bicycle, so to speak. So, actually what I can do here, I can run him out of magic. By doing this. I kind of forgot about that. Well, essentially when he is preparing to charge across towards me, I can make him take actions, and those actions include him just kind of trying to buff himself up, and I can run him out of magic this way reasonably easily. Alrighty, let me check this while I do this here. Heider Muller just donated $10.66. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Heider Muller. If you, once again, if you'd like to allocate this to any place, please tell me. And let's see. The donation comment reads something in Japanese that I can actually not translate, to be completely honest with you. Either way, Heinermüller, thank you very much. No, foo. I'm sorry, I have no idea what that means. Either way, I think this guy is now out of magic. He is no longer casting stuff, so this means I can't remove his wall. Eventually. And he can no longer cast a new wall. Okay, he has no more wall, I think. I'm going to check once again, kind of like last time with... You know what, just going to make sure. Alrighty, and this time I do have enough fairy walnuts. Since he will no longer be able to cast wall himself, I don't need to undo the wall. I've seen the text so often. Probably. Oh, I see now. Yes, I recognize it. If there's darkness in this world, then it must be lying in the heart of men. Edward D. Morrison. I get it now, I get it. Thank you very much, Heinermüller. And greetings to you, Todd James. How are you doing? This process is pretty smart, something like that. And greetings, Dinostra. I'm doing quite excellent here. I hope you do well too. What happens if the bar reaches 100%? Well, then I'm going to be really happy. And I will have basically basic funds covered for the next 2 months. If not, I will need to look for more opportunities. Whoa. Roughnes donated $10 as well. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. The combination comments reads, a Seeker of Evermore run on Yaga stream would be a bit surreal. Let's see how that goes. Good luck in the marathon. Thank you. I really appreciate that, sir. Welcome to you as well. So I'm going to put that towards Seeker of Evermore, if you don't mind. Seeker of Evermore on the next one. He's not dead. That's surprising. So yeah, let me reach out in a second here. It's not that. This goes to Tales of Fantasia. Ah, well, I guess that makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much, sir. Let me do this real quick, and apparently I need more fairy walnuts as well here. Essentially, the Sprite is now lacking the experience from going through the entirety of the Underground Palace and the Grand Palace, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter too much, losing out on those. Okay, we should have him here, I'm pretty sure at this point now. No? Wow! Can't be much more. Apparently still a bit more. How much HP do you have, buddy? Might as well use the rest of my magic here. Okay. That was 1066. I'm going to add that. Thank you very much, Heinemüller. Really appreciate that. It's been a super nice weekend so far. Nice, that sounds awesome. And let's see. It's too early to mention what I should put it towards. It can't go whatever the last donation went to. Well, the last donation just now went to Tales of Fantasia. Basically, by the way, the milestones are just general global incentive type thingies. Thank you. The milestones are just general incentives for the entire thing. However, the things you can put it towards are essentially bid wars, which you can just express your personal preference towards it if you'd like to. Oh, Nico spawn already, thank you. Thank you for the 150 bits, Profness, I appreciate that. And once again, if you'd like me to put those towards Secret of Evermore, I can do that again. Thank you very much, sir. For reference, as mentioned before, the donation bar does not get updated when for bits. However, I will still put it towards certain things in the bit wars section. So Secret of Evermore has now a bit more. Alrighty, with this, the Sprite now has finally a bit better equipment, and I forgot to equip the better equipment on the Sprite here as well. For spell damage, but that's okay. Those bits were bits, not rabbits. Yeah. I wish I had the rabbit thing ready already. I did actually manage to complete the first 3 gifts, but apparently I need the entire section for it to be, well, complete, essentially. Wrong way. So, yeah. Unfortunately, no rabbit bits yet. Or rabbit bits, for that matter. I wish there were. So, going to save here real quick. Actually, I should have gotten rid of the lady before I went there. Might as well do that now. Wrong way! I'm not particularly good in gift making, but I could maybe show you what I created so far. Let's actually take that time. Add image. Rabbit. So this would have been... where is it? Where did I put that? Did I put that on the Secret of Mana? I have no idea where I put that. Hang on. Oh, I see. Hang on. Excuse me. There we go. So this up there would be the cheer mode for... oh boy, that's really small. Let me get the bigger version of it. This one up there would be the... emote, or the cheer mode for... the bit in chat then. It is just kind of a little rabbit sleeping. For 1 through 9. 1 through 99 bits, I believe it's that section. So that would be this one. Then the next one I have is... this one here. Basically it's just a Silktail being happy. And that would be the next cheer mode for up to 100 and until the next threshold. And unfortunately, as mentioned, I did not manage to get further. What I did try to do is have the next one just hop around kind of wildly, but I did not manage to get this one done yet. Alright, let's do the snowman abduction, guys. Final boss? No, no, no. Final boss is not going to be quite yet. We still need to get through the Pure Lands. I'm going through the Pure Lands with the Sprite, even though I don't technically have to. Because I want to get the Mana Sword early, and I need the experience anyways. So might as well just complete the Pure Lands out of simplicity. Where is it? East. Here we go. You did not miss that. I do not know when I'm going to do the 12-hour challenge yet, but it will likely be... Actually, I have no idea. I will need to figure that out. It's either going to be towards the end of April, the beginning of May, or about a month later than that. It's kind of hard to determine that, to be honest, since there's going to be a lot of stuff that I will have to take care of in real life, so not sure. Not sure. Cannot give you a specific information there, unfortunately. Oh. Secret number 6 3 4 We're glad to hear that, discount killer. That's nice. So the lady currently has no armor equipped, which might be bad. She might be taking too much damage from those slimes, but we'll see that. So the idea is that she takes damage, but not too much damage that she would die from an attack here. Oh, as expected. That is no good. So she needs more armor. Let's see how that works out. Wow. She needs still more armor. It really is detrimental that she does not have any body armor equipped. And equipping this on her would be probably way too much armor, so she would not take any damage whatsoever. However, let's try to do it this way around. Yeah, the lady now has too much armor. How about unequipping the helmet in this case? Or just actually downgrading the helmet to this one for now. I don't know how much more she needs, or less for that matter. Okay, the lady still does not take any damage. Let's take off the helmet entirely. How much damage do you guys deal? Oh, well, now she's dead. Alrighty. Let's get out of here real quick. I think I need to... give her some different equipment here. Otherwise this is not going to work. And greetings from the Troll Noob. I am well aware of the Secret Mana hard mode ROM hack. And yes, I have played it. What I played of it for the most part was a... just kind of a one-play to control the speedrun of it, with everything that we knew, and took advantage of pretty much everything as well. So... we played through that as in a race with me, Stinger, PA, and I believe WB, or just me and Stinger. Either way, we did a race of that. And well, it just took a lot longer to defeat bosses, but it was not particularly much harder. Although I feel like that ROM hack might be interesting to do a glitchless run with sometime. But for doing the standard speedruns of it, it's not terribly interesting. There we go. Now. Okay, almost. The lady needs a little bit more health. There we go. Alrighty, we got rid of the lady. Means this is now a true solo Sprite run. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, the lady is now officially history as well, which means we will only be able to run around with the Sprite for a while longer now. And that also means I am going to need to level him up quite a bit. So, to give you a brief idea of what is going to happen soon, is I need to level up one weapon, specifically the sword in this case, to a higher level for us to be able to use it in the final boss fight against the Mana Beast by charging it up to like level 6 or level 7. I'm going to upgrade the sword for that purpose. On top of that, I need like 20 more levels. Oh shoot, ha! Yeah, I did not think that one through. I should have picked up the sword chest in the Grand Palace instead. What? What's indeed? So in this case, we are going to be leveling up the sword quite a bit, and also Gnome will help us out leveling here initially. So, technically speaking, it's more efficient to go and level up my, well, level and character in the later section of the game. However, doing it here will grant me more levels to be able to go through this area here specifically a bit quicker than otherwise. More specifically, those Griffin hand enemies, they are weak to Gnome. So I'm taking advantage of that fact to try and kill them reasonably quickly here. Apparently they have more HP than I anticipated. Long level 3 it just kind of takes a while to kill stuff, I guess. Also, I can just magic absorb those enemies in order to regain my magic. Currently magic absorb is level 1, level 0 because we did a save reset into a later area, which means that we loaded a save file which had lower magic absorb level. But once we have a higher level, I will be able to absorb a proper amount of MP again. So this beginning section is going to be a bit slow, but it should be still sufficiently fast. Or a lot faster than leveling in any other place for that matter. So what I'm going to be doing is I just kill off 1, 2, 3, 4. And I would also want to pick up those chests with the boy, but I don't want to pick it up with the Sprite, because those chests contain 50% of the time a doom trap, which instantly kills me. And I'd rather not die, to be honest. Actually, the doom trap only has a 1 in 8 chance, I believe, to kill me instantly. But either way, the chance of it killing me is too high for my taste, for me to even try. So I'm just going to not open the chest at all. The Griffin helmet cannot be worn by the Sprite, which is the best headgear for the boy, however. Yeah. However, I now absorb a decent amount of MP from the enemies. Soon, Gnome will be able to one-shot those Griffin hands as well, without me casting 2 gem missiles per instance. So let's see how much damage that is, while I absorb some more MP from them. Not too much damage. However, it should probably be just enough that 1 more gem missile kills off each and every one of them afterwards. Probably. Once the Sprite levels up further as well, he will be able to take care of those guys much quicker. So yeah, this might take a while here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be leveling up, we are going to be grinding, so if you need to take a bath, if you need to shower, if you need to clean or vacuum your room, if you, I don't know, clean your kitchen, if you need to get a drink or you need to buy some groceries, now is a really good opportunity, because I'm going to be sticking in here, in this area, for quite some time, until we're going to be moving on. Sometimes you see me try to slap those guys with a physical attack, which doesn't do much damage, but if I hit, it actually allows me to level up the sword that I currently have equipped. Alrighty, we now have Magic of Sword level 2. Which still doesn't help me to absorb from multitude of enemies. Magic defense is actually multiplied, kind of, if I multi-target as well. But generally speaking, unless it's inefficient to do so, you want to single target with your spells. And right now, Gem Missiles, as long as it's a high roller, allows me to one-shot those Griffin Foot. Each one of the individual spell casts. Later on I will be able to just cast 2 Earthlights on the entire lot. And that will take them out pretty quick as well. Boom, we actually killed one of those guys with the melee attack. Hey yes, Nord, sorry about that. But sometimes you just kind of need to get up and just do it. As I said, now's a good opportunity to do so, you're not going to miss anything here anyways. So, might as well. Oh. Ollie BP, thank you for 150 bits. Appreciate that. Thank you for feeding the little rabbit. If you'd like to put that towards something, feel free to tell me. I can allocate it. I don't need to wait for the chests, I need to remember that. The chests have no value for me here at all. Currently I still have a fair few low damage rolls, which really doesn't exactly help me here. Thank you for the good luck, I can definitely use that. Thank you for your kind words. Secret of Evermore, 12-hour challenge, alrighty, let's do this. Once again, thank you very much. Secret of Evermore is crawling all the way up to Legend of Mana soon. By the way, the way I'm standing here is the 2 left Griffin Foots will always essentially run into the wall. But the top Griffin Foot would come down while he's the guy that I target first. But the other 2 here, they never actually reach me, so that's convenient. I might be able to multi-target with Earthslide now, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, actually, I think this is good enough. I'm going to move on from here. Because I just remembered there is a way better grinding spot in the Mana Fortress that I learned about during my 100% run. And the Sprite has a really good way to deal with those enemies in there, so I might as well take advantage of that. So, before I lose my progress for grinding here, I'm going to briefly go into the hut here and save. Wow, did that just cut the night short there because the Sprite was pygmid? I had no idea that was the case. That's interesting. Is Secret of Elmore, is that the Deutsch version? No, actually I see. Secret of Elmore is a different game entirely. Secret of Elmore is kind of a game that was inspired by Secret of Mana, but it was produced by Nintendo of America with the blessing of Square Enix, who created Secret of Mana. They basically just kind of created a entirely different game, an entirely separate game. It has no layover whatsoever, or there's no code from one game or the other. They literally just created it from scratch. And well, that's what they did. Let's see, Euroslide does nothing, however my Thunderbolt hurts you quite a bit, buddy. So, here we go. Dragonborn gives us an X-Orb, I know that. Doesn't exactly help me, but I know. So... thankfully he did not cast an immediate Earthslide afterwards. That's handy. As an immediate Earthslide afterwards was more like right after I was able to move again after refilling my MP. So we are fine here. If he attacks me physically, I'm instantly dead, by the way. So kind of hope that I get away with my snake pathing here. Alrighty. I lost a fairy walnut there, but I'm okay with this. The reason why I lost a fairy walnut is because I used it just before the boss died, and that cancels all events, including the usage of fairy walnut, if you use it just before a boss dies. But that's okay. Alrighty, I need to absorb some MP. I'm going to do this here. And actually not quite. $21 MP. Almost enough. So this should be enough. Yep, this is enough MP, and I can use that to go straight ahead and defeat this guy. This guy here, he is weak to Salamander. So I'm using 2 exploders, and then a fireball. And if I keep using just fireball for the remainder here, he will be kind of stun locked the way he is. Never be able to do anything, and fireball should be able to do enough damage to kill him before I run out of mana. At least that's the theory. It looks like I'm not going to be able to kill him with the amount of fairy mana I have. Need to use one more fairy one up here. That's okay. Just going to use the exploder here afterwards. Exploder does more damage and is more reliable. And fireball. I use fireball basically as a combo finisher to let me display the damage and see how much HP he has left. Which is nothing. At this point, he's dead. Alrighty. Here we go. Do I want to... Yep, alrighty. So everything's on magic. Kind of like before, as mentioned. I do have plenty of power to power through the rest of the forest now, because I think I'm at approximately the same level as a glitchless run is. So this should not be an issue in theory. Oh, I should have Pikmin myself before I went in here. On the other hand, this guy is probably the least threatening boss in the entire area as long as you can use the Sprite's magic. Because he is weak against Undini, which is my strongest element. Which means... 6 spell costs. And he is history. Good night. By the way, just kind of a random question, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think of the cup in the top left? If you don't know that thing, that is something that a lot of streamers tend to use, where if people just fill it up with bits and then someone drops a heavier bit, by the way, the higher value bit or donation in this case, the more impact it has and the more it splooshes the thing. A lot of people really like that kind of concept and they're just kind of happy to use it. What do you guys think of it? Because from what I can tell, we are kind of maybe a bit of an outlier type thing around here. Personally, it's just kind of fun to watch once in a while, but I don't care about it for the most part. Plus, when I'm streaming, I just realized I actually don't necessarily even have the opportunity to watch that thing in the first place, since I'm watching the game and chat. You really enjoy it? Nice. Oh my god, that's fair. Leon is back! Welcome back, Leon. Hope you're doing well. You want to jump in there and cuddle all the rabbits. Nice. Basically donations I made to be rabbits. But that was the only thing I could do within the short time span I had available. The dark ones are, I believe, over $20. The pink ones are over 10, and the yellow ones are anything below that, I believe, or below 3, something like that. So yeah, those are not animated, so it was relatively easy to crop some images and get that to work. But yeah, Heather, please. I understand. Alrighty, we are now here. I just remembered, this is the screen of death, essentially. You know, what? Leaf flower. Leaf flower works on those guys. And I now have an idea on how the AI works for those mush glooms. So we should be fine to just straight up walk through. Also, there's an exit on the right here, which is faster. Ow, don't run into this. This is really unhealthy. Acid Storm. I'd like to not get hit by that, thank you very much. Okay, we're through. Was a bit of a risky move to pick me myself right away, but it's okay. So, alrighty. We have now leveled up Earthlight. Gigas does not like Earthlight. 2 Earthlights per rotation, about 4 rotations total. Should do the trick. Actually, I probably want to switch over to Gem Missile, because that's more efficient, and I'm not sure my MP would otherwise be reaching that far. See, now you angered the rabbit. You shouldn't use such long bets here though. Okay, never mind. I need to use a very walnut anyways. Osmotic is now hosting you. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. And good evening to you. How are you doing? Delicious pizza. And also, by the way, good evening, good afternoon, good morning to anybody that I may have missed so far in chat. And also to anybody I may have missed because you're lurking. Enjoy your lurking. Hope you're doing well so far. You're back from food. Welcome back. I hope food was tasty. You're fine, glad to hear that. Oh, I remember. I remember. Those things are actually mean. They really like to kill you with their forks. It's pretty unhealthy, as you might be able to imagine. So, normally you are actually strong enough to just straight up defeat the blue dragon on the left side. With the remainder of your magic, but considering that the Sprite is not quite as powerful as it is in Glitchless currently, from what I can tell, might not be quite enough, so let's see. 3 gem missiles should be enough to do max damage, but it's likely going to be a bit overkill, so I'm going to with 2 each time. No, 3 should be fine. Okay, never mind. 1 gem missile, 1 earthlight? How's about that? Okay, that doesn't work out too well. Okay, pretty sure that he's dead now. Yep. Alrighty. Pure Lands complete with the little sprite, which is technically optional, by the way. But it's going to make it a lot easier for me to progress to the later portions. Also, by the way, this is kind of a treacherous little path to get back to the previous section. You can't just use a magic rope to get back here, which is slightly slower, but a lot safer. And here we go. Enjoy the little cutscene, which you will only get to see once, unless the incentive for the glitchless gets met. Also, just for reference, after this run, next thing is going to be, I'm going to be doing a bit of story time with Call of Cthulhu Part 1, as in, just read the first portion of it. Also, this cutscene is slightly messed up because the bow is missing. And in the cutscene after, Also, if we reach 500, I'm going to do the Secret of Mana Ancient Cave run after this. If not, we are just going to do the Ancient Cave after the Boy Solo Challenge. So if you don't know what an Ancient Cave run is for Secret of Mana, it's basically Secret of Mana as a roguelike. You are spawned on the floor 1, and you need to get all the way to the final floor and defeat the Mana Beast. And on each floor there are randomly spawned enemies that are scaled to the floor level. They drop chests at a pretty high rate, which has random equipment and also orb upgrades. You can find NPCs that sell you stuff like Nico, upgrade your stuff like Watts, heal you like Fanna, or also mana spirits that are randomly seeded across the areas. And those will allow you to, well, progress further through the floors, and eventually you might be able to get through it. It's essentially, as I said, Secret of Mana as a roguelike. Which is if we reach 500 by the next section. But if not, well, there's still a fair bit more to go on this marathon. We are only about 5 hours in now, actually a bit less than that. So, no rush really. Interesting quote. Yeah. Basically that was a race with Rayquaza, and Theo, who are both massively better in Diablo 2 than me. And they just kind of went, yeah, slow and steady wins the race, you just don't die, because we were playing Hell Hardcore races. That means in Hell Hardcore, if you die, that's it, you run over. You can restart, but usually you lose an hour, 2 or 3. And for me it was just kind of, well, I'm kind of slow. Unlike the turtle, I might be slower in dying as well, but eventually I get hit by a truck anyways, because I'm too slow. You don't understand, who are the two people with the Sprite? I'm not entirely sure. You would be dropping it on Soul Blazer. That's fair. Soul Blazer is really nice, I like it. By the way, there's going to be a Soul Blazer race coming up in memory of Everhate. I think that is somewhere around the 19th of April, something like that. So that's also something I would like to participate in if I have time to do so. The Sprite suffers from multiple personality disorder. Wow, I guess. He does talk to himself here too. So, if you don't know this, now my sword can be upgraded to the maximum level. Because after this cutscene it is automatically set to level 8. However, 8 is the normal maximum in Secret of Mana for weapon levels. I can do actually slightly better than that by just upgrading it once more by acquiring another sword orb, which you are supposed to get before, but I did a save reset or save warp to get into an area after already completing this section here. And now I'm going to complete this section again, because I reset it to have it set to not be dead, or not be beaten. And so I'm going to get an additional sword orb and be able to upgrade the sword up to the next level, which is the Mana Sword. Ulrich, we had a farm. And in that farm there were some spooders. Ah! So, alrighty. Poor little guy does not know what hit him. Oh, he's dead. Never mind. So, after defeating this guy, you talk to the king. And he tells you, thank you. and gives you a sword orb, which is sword orb level 9 that you cannot normally acquire. The original method is to do the Mantis Ant fight again by safe warping into that fight. But since I'm not allowed to use the bow beyond anything that is absolutely necessary, I have to use an alternative strategy. I don't even know the context of that one anymore. Yeah, sorry, we can't select specific quotes currently. I'm just going to run you over, guys, sorry. I don't remember the context which that was in. Either way, we now have the Mana Sword, which is going to be tremendously helpful in completing those things. So essentially I'm going to now move... Wait. Oh, I forgot to buy fairy walnuts. But I just saved so I can... Let's go back here. That little car. What? I don't remember that 36 at all. You like the quotes where game is listed too? I think that would be a good idea. A lot of those are from Diablo 2 or Secret of Mana, so if it doesn't fit in one, you might fit it in the other one. Not entirely sure where running over fits in though. By the way, I'm running through these areas in a way that allows me to despawn enemies. So Secret of Mana tries to predict where you're going and accordingly loads enemies that are supposed to be in your path. However, it also tries to predict where you're going if you're moving diagonally. So considering I'm moving down right diagonally, which kind of spawns the enemies to the right in the room on the right side, instead of on the path that I'm going here, because, well, according to the game's prediction, I'm actually moving over there, but not actually here. So that kind of helps me traverse through those areas without encountering a single enemy. By the way, would you like to know how strong the Mana Sword is? Single slash with the wimpy little sprite's attack power. 130, 140, pretty good overall. Plus it has a 100% hit rate, so it never misses. The boy actually kills this thing with quick attack. Also, I equipped the Chakra Hand, which increases my intelligence by 1. Not much, but hey, yeah, basically it's an extra level. And off we go to this boss here. How many quotes are there? I actually have no clue, to be honest. The spreadsheet? I have a gigantic spreadsheet. I do have a gigantic spreadsheet for... Boom. Oh, he's not dead. No. Can absorb his MP. Nope. That's unfortunate. I wonder how much more he would need. The talk was about, I think, Diablo 2 with the spreadsheet. Because I do have a gigantic Diablo 2 spreadsheet. Boom. I'm actually really tempted to just kill those guys here, those wolves. Because if they give me... a chest, it would usually be a fairing by default. I feel like I can take a little bit of a risk to try and get a fairing. I'm not going to open that chest, that is kind of pointless since it was from the red dog instead. Please don't hit me. Okay, he didn't hit me. That's nice of you. I have to absorb your MP though real quick. Otherwise I'm going to be lacking some MP. $11 MP, that's not a whole lot. But it should be sufficient for going on here. 6, that's still not quite it. Kamineko is now hosting you, thank you. Appreciate that. Good evening everybody. I hope you're having a lovely evening so far, or afternoon, or morning, whatever it might be for you. So this guy here is weak to Dark Force. However, Dark Force is level 1. This guy has a good chunk of physical and magic defense, so it will take me a while to level up Shade to be able to deal any significant damage to him. So that could take a while. Oops. Hey, come in, Nico. Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, thank you for the host. Welcome. I hope you're having a lovely evening so far. Yep. Still need to level up Shade quite a bit. I believe starting level 3 he will start dealing any damage. Which means from level 1 to 2 it is 12 spell cast, from 2 to 3... From 0 to 1 it is 12, from 1 to 2 it is 13. From 2 to 3 it is 15. From 3 to 4... a bit more than that. Also, apparently we start dealing damage already. But only marginal amount. Rump. No, don't rump, people. No, I don't want to run. I don't think that was a car. I don't remember playing a game where I was in a car. I guess there might have been some. Let's see whether that deals any damage. It does. Alrighty, we start dealing damage now, so that's a plus. Hey, Coface, J-Face, welcome back. How are you doing, sir? Good afternoon. Are you on a break? Or is it weekend for you as well? How's it going, sir? Chase reached level 2, and we are attacking Dark Force level 3. That message box is slightly behind now. Or... just woke up back. Back? Let's try this again. Back up? Nice. Welcome back, Coface. Welcome to the world of the living. Hope you're doing well so far, sir. Oh, whoopsie. A fortune cookie. Oh, that's right. We wanted to add a fortune cookie. Blob intensifies. It does indeed. It gets bigger and bigger with every bit of damage you deal. You might be able to beat him with a few more spell casts from here. Let's see. It's a bit luck based, but well, might be happening. Yep, alrighty. Red slime is down. Maybe it whispered to the bot. Yeah. This boss fight is trippy, it is. Especially if you actually use the element that is strong against him. This is the only boss that is weak against Shade, by the way. The only boss in the entire game. We reached level 45. Yay. And you know what we are doing now? We are backtracking all the way outside because I want to go and save. Let me out of here. Because I also want to level inside the Mana Fortress, which is not without danger. In fact, that is quite dangerous. And it is really easy to die inside here, especially with a solo character. So what I'm going to be doing is I backtrack outside, save. I'm glad it... Those wolves are scary. If they attack me, they deal insane amounts of damage. So, what I'm going to be doing after is I'm going to farm some wolf lords for a brief amount of time to hope for them to drop me a chest, and in that chest 50% of the time it's going to be trapped. But the other 50% of the time I'm almost guaranteed to get a fairy ring, which is higher defense. I basically want to acquire as much defense and equipment as possible before facing the Mana Beast. The Mana Beast is, as you may or may not know, pretty much invulnerable to magical spells. Whenever you deal any magical spells or attack him with any magical spells, the Mana Beast takes 1 damage. I actually calculated that the maximum possible amount of damage you can deal to the Mana Beast via spells is somewhere in the order of 10,240 or something like that. That is with 1 damage each time using all the glitches that I know of. So as of now, there is no way that I would know how to defeat the Mana Beast with spells. Even if I were to just kind of tediously do this entire process. So, in the meantime, I need to defeat the Mana Beast with physical attacks, for which we have the Mana Sword, which should be enough to deal sufficient amount of damage, with 2 catches. One is, I need to level up the sword to level 6, I think, preferably 7, so I will need to grind out weapon levels, which can be really easily done on low level areas, but I also want to have higher level to survive laser beam barrages, essentially. To give you an idea, the Mana Beast essentially can take an action every 1/5 of a second. I don't know whether that's accurate, but that's just kind of my basic assumption. Every 1/5 of a second, the Mana Beast attacks me, or can take an action, and about, I don't know, 5% of the time it decides to do something. That something is a laser beam. It shoots a laser beam at me, and that's an issue, because the laser beams deal about 150 to 200 damage, and if it hits the sprite, he will get knocked to the floor, and for a pretty lengthy amount of time I cannot do anything. And if the Mana Beast decides to cast another laser beam after that, I am pretty much dead with the current HP total that I have. I aim to have enough defense and also health to survive 3 laser beams to do this. There is the chance that I can open up the menu just after the laser beam hits me, but before it deals damage. However, that is a reliable tactic with the boy because of frame rules. It is, however, not a reliable tactic to do with the sprite. So I would like to have a bit more of an HP buffer here. Oh no, you cannot use the magic rope in the Mana Fortress. The blood would crash the game. So don't use that anywhere. Unless you want to crash the game, I guess. By the way, for some reason the axe gets rid of those little green pylons quicker than the sword. Sword needs 2 swings each. So, my order of operation is going to be farm a few of those wolf lords, get a ring drop, hopefully not die to the chest. So, to give you an idea, by the way, each enemy has a 1 in 16 chance to drop a chest. 50% of the time it's going to be trapped. If it's a trap, it is a Doom Trap, which 7 out of 9 times sets my character HP to 1. Which is not bad, that's the good outcome. But 1 out of 8 times, it will instantly kill my character, which is the bad outcome. So I definitely want to not have that bad outcome, preferably. So that means I need to just kind of hope that this doesn't happen. The lady can actually cast Analyzer for me to... Oh, 1 out of 16. Fairy ring. Well, that was quick. So yeah, that can happen. By the way, I believe it is 1 in 8 times the chest contains the fairy ring. No, 7 in 8 times the chest contains a fairy ring if it's not trapped. And 1 in 8 it is actually a weapon orb. In the case of the Wolf Lord, it is the claw weapon orb. And well, I just received a fairy ring. That's exactly what I was looking for. And yes, the good outcome, as I mentioned, that has, by the way, the highest possible defense value in the game. 100. The good outcome is I get my HP set to 1. the battle count, 1 at 8 times, which is technically 1 in 16 total. I die instantly. So the next order of operation is I'm going to be killing those Terminator guys. That's my goal. I don't remember who drops the headgear. By the way, if you see me doing why it's worse in movement, that is because of manipulation for spawns. I actually want to spawn this guy. These guys are weak against Shade, so I guess I wasn't entirely correct when saying that only the red slime is weak against Shade. Those guys are technically weak against Shade as well. Those guys drop a vampire cape. I don't remember what the ninjas drop. I think it is kind of an interesting drop as well. By the way, if I hit those guys after they use Lucid Barrier with my sword, the Lucid Barrier will absorb both the spell damage and also the other damage here, which would be less than ideal. So here, kill those guys. As I said, I don't really remember who drops the headgear item for the Sprite and the girl. It's a fairy crown. Who drops the fairy crown? By the way, I killed those blue blobs up there. Because otherwise the Terminators down here would not spawn. Okay, please don't trap. Oh, Shadow Zero. I guess that's technically also a possibility. I thought that was super rare. Ow. Wrong guy. I want to cast on the other guy. You're happy that a single taco is going to save the world. That's right, the sprite is called Taco. As it is tradition. By the way, if you have suggestions for the names for our next adventures, feel free to post them. Preferably in a way that I remember them or tell me them at the beginning when we get to that portion. So yeah, we are now grinding here. Hopefully not dying in the meantime, which is a real possibility. I think I can probably charge up to level 2 or 3 and kill this eye thingy. I can. It's nice. Does anyone remember who drops the fairy crown? I don't remember how much MP or energy, magic defense those guys have. Ouch. They have a bunch here. But likely want to absorb other enemies' MP instead. Alrighty, that kind of works if I single target them. So Dark Force 1, Dark Force 2. Dark Force 3. Should be the correct one. I'm still trying to... oh. Level up the sword as well. And greetings, Honorable J. The challenge goes quite fine. How are you doing? And greetings, Haunted X. How are you doing? Good evening, sir. Whoa. Great to believe you are subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate that. Welcome. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. So I'm aiming to get something like 460, 470 HP on the Sprite here before I move on. And I'll likely go back before I move on, since it is a pretty volatile fight against the Mana Beast, so I'd rather not just straight up die there. I have the option to. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Could I explain how the Mana Sword glitch works actually? Sure. The basic gist of it is that I am gaining 9 weapon sword upgrades. Normally in the game you can only gain a maximum of 8 weapon sword upgrades, which brings your weapon sword all the way to level... wait, is that the correct way around? No, you let's put it this way, you start at a sword level upgrade 1. The maximum you can get in this game is sword upgrade level 8. However, by me using a sequence of events to acquire an additional sword orb, I basically allow myself to gain 1 more sword orb than intended, which coincidentally levels up your sword all the way up to the Mana Sword status. Essentially the Mana Sword is nothing but a level 9 sword, which normally you can only get a level 8 sword in casual play, unless you use Mana Magic specifically onto your sword, with both the girl of the Sprite in the final fight. So since it is pretty much essentially the same as 1 additional weapon level up, with the sequence event that I basically can execute, it makes it relatively easy for me to gain 1 additional sword level through various means. In this case, I gain an additional sword level. Leaf flower, that's rude. In this case, I actually gained an additional sword level through me doing a sequence of events more or less backwards. That's not entirely true, but that's the gist of it. But I just skipped 1 sequence of events, which gives you normally a sword orb. And I got that after the game upgraded my sword all the way to level 8. In the final cutscene in the Pure Lands, you gain automatically 8 sword orbs, regardless of how many you had beforehand. And if you just, well, basically skipped 1 event earlier that would give you a sword orb, and you then do that after that cutscene, you can upgrade your sword all the way to level 8, to 9, excuse me. I'm really difficult. Really difficult? I'm really confused about that sometimes because execution language. Right now I'm just leveling up here, hoping kind of for a chest, although at this point I'm not sure whether I'm going to open the chest if I get a chest from one of those guys here. Might be a bit of a questionable choice, since I really would like to not die if I have that option. Wow, bright screen, thank you very much. Oh, by the way, excuse me. Wow, I keep fumbling stuff around. Oh, sorry, I hope that wasn't too loud. Let's see. I'm sorry, I completely forgot about this earlier. Fate to Bolivia. If you would like to allocate your a subscription, which is $5 essentially, towards a specific goal, feel free to tell me where I should put this towards for you to have that essentially. As in one of one of the bid wars. I'm really messing up my stuff here. That does not help us. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. What level do I need? I don't know the level, I just want to have about 460 HP, approximately. Legend of Mana 12-hour challenge, nice, alrighty. Let me do that real quick, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. 181. Legend of Mana, firmly in the lead. Taco is level 50 now. Yay! That's a pretty high level taco. Dispel magic? That's not what I meant to do. At this point I'm not sure I would pick up a chest anymore, since the chance of dying is definitely there, and that would waste a lot of grinding time here. It's the unfortunate portion. Weapon skill up, sword reaches level 5. The higher we go, the more damage we'll be able to do with the sword by itself. I definitely need to be careful here. Oh, that's not the glitch what you meant. You meant the glitch that you can keep the monosword after using both spells and adding ice blades on top of something. Oh, sorry. I kind of missed that. That thing works in the sense that because the monosword is basically just an upgraded sword the game gives you temporarily. Essentially, they didn't account for you using weapon saber enchant on top of it. And I'm not entirely sure what exactly happens in the interaction, but the gist of it is that because it's actually a normal weapon sword buff on the weapon, it completely overrides the mana sword's regular timer, which is normally, well, preventing you from doing anything else with the mana sword, and also locks, removes the barrier that you can now trade the weapon, etc. All those kinds of things. I wonder that a level 1 charge attack on this guy is going to be enough. Big flower. Good. Dum, dum, dum. I like the strategy for regaining my MP and also killing one of those guys. You know what, I think my weapon level is fine for now. I'm probably just going to go soon. Do I pick up this chest? So here's the deal, if I pick up this chest, there's a really good chance that the Doom Trap, and as I said, 1 in 16 times I will die. This chest, however, can also contain... What can it contain? A reasonably decent item. Nah, not going to pick it up. Excuse me. I think I'm going to backtrack out of here now. Kill a few more enemies along the way to gain 1 more level. Oh, they are dead. Huh. And we move. Hi. You'll never know what it is in. I'm sorry. Genuinely not worth the risk. We would lose about 20 minutes. We could still lose the 20 minutes, really. It's entirely possible. Weapon skill up, level 6 I believe now. Yep. So weird that the Dark Ninjas basically are not an issue at all. They spell magic, I don't have any buffs. You mistake me for the lady. Where to get weapon orbs? Oh, I know it's a spear weapon orb, but I don't know what his standard drop is. I don't need spear level ups, I have the sword. Being able to walk the optimal line in Secret of Mana is so weird because you're so used to instead walking suboptimal lines for respawns and spawns. Whoa, Hellraiser, thank you. Thank you for feeding the rabbit. Rump. And where would you like to allocate this? And greetings to you, Echo. How are you doing, sir? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Good evening, actually. They're gone. You cannot get accidentally your cactus back, no. You could use arbitrary script execution to get the girl back, I think, but I'm not sure we can get the boy back, to be honest. I actually have no clue about that. Maybe. That wasn't particularly for me. Oh, excuse me. While running through the mana portals, I cannot read a quarter of the messages. I think I'm going to level up the sword to level 7. That's probably worth it. Level 7 should guarantee me a reasonably high damage roll on the mana beast and shorten the fight quite a bit. I was reading Thanatos could bring her back to the party after the kill scene, but nothing about the boy. It's the credit sequence. The lady is always in the credit sequence because it's not actually your character, but rather a NPC specifically. The sprite is never in. The sprite is also an NPC in the cutscene. Only the boy is actually a player character in the final cutscene. Alrighty, I think we are ready to go. Maybe. Rump. Doing good. Nice, that sounds awesome. Getting ready to leave now, but I figured to stop by and say rump. Alrighty. Have a nice evening, sir. Thank you for stopping by. What I've been wondering for a while, why such a futuristic fortress in this game? Adventure of Mana and Secret of Mana 2 don't have anything like it. They don't? I guess I don't know. At least ST3 I don't remember. Adventure of Mana I don't remember either. But it's kind of, let's put it this way, more or less a common type of RPG trope, where an ancient city or civilization that was long lost and just kind of extinct and forgotten was actually highly technologically advanced, as in that is the case in a lot of older RPGs. Not just JRPGs, but also classic RPGs from the West. If you look at Might and Magic, pretty much all Might and Magic sections have, at some point, suddenly there is high-tech, your party of adventurers that uses swords and bows and whatnot, is getting into a section where it looks very familiar in the sense that it's technologically advanced and apparently aliens are invading stuff, and we are fighting against aliens. Maybe not necessarily aliens, but the technologically advanced civilization, long lost and forgotten, is kind of a common thing among those games. Oopsie, I forgot that I did not need to push that button. So, as mentioned, I'm going to get one more level. I will aim to get an additional sword level along the way as well. Likely just going to aim to kill Terminators for this. Sprite has multi... These people were never real to begin with, I guess. By the way, the way quote-unquote the girl comes back in the final cutscene is kind of like she saves you from the plot. It's just an NPC doing the thing. If you have the girl in the cutscene with the goblin, you can actually have the girl rescue the girl from the goblin pot. If you want to do that. It's kind of funny. So basically the game times uses sometimes NPCs and sometimes uses your player characters for stuff. And the pronoun is read in Japan, it is. Don't worry about that. You can say pretty much anything about the sprite and we will just kind of know, oh, you're talking about the sprite, that's okay. Don't worry about it. I believe this should kill them. It does. So, we're going to go a few times back and forth here still. Just level up the sword. Level up the sprite once more. We have got the sprite level here, so that's a plus. Just need the sword level now. I can't hit those guys anyways. Split, split. Split again, please. Yes, different translations have different pronouns for the sprite. That is correct. Just, do I have openness? I think I open this. Let's see. 50% of chance for the trap. Good trap, please don't kill me, 1 in 8. Still alive, that's okay. Alrighty. Going to heal up. Royal Jam always heals you for 100% of your HP. It's unfortunate since the tsunamis have reasonably good equipment drops. Nice crit. Artie is female in German, is it? I was always wondering about that. Wasn't Artie a lady? But then everybody refers to Artie as he. I was really confused about that. Are they sticking out the tongue there? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. That is actually pretty funny. Wow. Discover something new after such a long time. That's amazing. Oh, too bad. 444 HP. Pretty good. Yep, I never knew. There's stuff that I don't know. Apparently leveling up the sword actually takes longer than anticipated. But on the other hand, this gives me more of a buffer room for surviving, so that's a plus. I don't know whether that hit at all. I know this one should hit. Oh, weapon skill up. Wall level 7. Wait, what? Sword level 7. Right, how close are we to another level up? 1123. How much experience does Thanatos give? Oh wow! Those things give 2 more of those and we are done. Hey Zeal, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. And good evening, hope you're doing well. So 2 more of those guys and 1 more of that guy. We level up. Okay, we have 450 HP. Just absorb some MP. And open up the chest, because why not? No, don't kill me please, no. Okay, still alive, we're fine. We have max MP. We heal up. Let's go. Can I get pigment? Nope. I cannot get pigment because of the fairy ring. That's actually a little bit awkward. I'm going to equip the gauntlet again for the remainder, because the fairy ring protects you from getting pigment. And greetings, Seal. Thank you for the good luck. You're doing well indeed. Wow, glad to hear that. Alrighty, final showdown. My original plan was maybe get the Sprite to 600 HP, and then while I was grinding I just realized, wait, 600? That's like level 75, 80? I don't think I quite want to go that high. Either way, sword level 7 should be easily sufficient to deal really good damage to the mana beast. The mana beast fight itself is just going to take a really long time though. Oh, silence. Whoa. Marble, thank you. $4,000 bits. Thank you so much, Marble. I really appreciate that. That's really awesome of you. Thank you so much. For Evermore. Well, we can do that. Thank you so much, Marble, for the 4,000 bits. And I missed a little animation. Let me actually do this again. It's the same thing. The rabbit looks really happy. Thank you so much, Marble. I really appreciate that. I'm going to put this towards Evermore at once. With that, Secret of Evermore is actually pretty close to Legend of Mana at this point. Thank you so much. How can you stack magic like that if your controller is the sprite? Is that side effect of having only one character? No. That is a side effect of having the sprite pigment, so he can cast spells faster. And more importantly, he can act faster after a spell cast. Normally, whenever you're casting a spell, the character does a fancy animation after you complete the spell, like just go on their knees and then stand back up again. That is completely skipped when you are pigment. So you actually save a lot of time by being pigment, just because that is a lot faster to do as well, and also allows you to execute your spells a fair bit faster. So that helps you tremendously. How much more HP do you want to have, buddy? Let me actually drop a rock on you. Just because I can. Why you know see the Sprite does not have Lumina, Sprite has Shade. Basically the Sprite has Dark Magic, Offensive. The lady... Damn. Oh, she's not dead. Oopsie. The lady has Light Magic, Defensive buff, and Health Oriented. And that was a level 9 spellcast. Actually level 8 spellcast. Technically speaking, you can read Freeze level 8, right? But in reality, it's actually only damaging for the amount of damage you gain from Freeze level 7. Unless you get those special fancy animations, which are more and more common, the higher level you get for your spellcasts, you actually only ever deal the lower amount of level 7. So even though it says level 8, that's actually a lie. It actually is level 7 spellcast, unless it does the freeze screen animation, the fancy level 8 thingy. The bit cup didn't explode. Oh. I would like to see that too, but I don't have the option really. I think since people generally just donate something rather large, actually, it's kind of difficult for this kind of bit cup to explode. Since the individual thing or pieces are kind of defined by how heavy they are. And pretty much every single piece is kind of heavy because how much value they have. And every piece is kind of heavy anyways. Well then, Sprite versus the Mana Beast. This is probably the most difficult fight, or the most challenging fight in the entire challenge marathon we have here. So let's see how that's going to go. I'm actually really surprised we are still under 6 hours here. I expected this to go on for much longer. Although, well, let's not jinx it, because it can still go on for much longer. So, one advantage of having a fairy ring and being invulnerable to getting pig meat is I can actually negate damage from the incoming Mana Beast Whirlwind by using a Mitch Mallet on myself without getting pig meat. Thank you, Scattison. Oh. I completely neglected to actually use the Mitch Mallet. I was just thinking, what am I doing now? Just kind of walk around. On the second one here, I actually deliberately do not care about deflecting the attack. I want to charge up my attack to all the way to level 7. Because the Mana Beast's first action is going to be... Wow, that's a nice crit, good drop, right? The Mana Beast's first action is going to be casting Wall on itself. What I'm going to be doing as a response is I cast Dispel Magic, which undoes the wall. And now it is actually very unlikely that the Mana Beast will kill me straight up with the lasers. Still possible, because I don't have max HP, but it's fine. So here, Lucent Beam level 8, I have a 2-frame window to open up my menu, to do any action. And what I did there is I just casted Dispel Magic, which allows me to, well, not take damage from the Mana Beast's action. Alrighty, we're doing the same thing here again now, because I just removed the Mana Beast's wall. It will cast Wall as the first action there again, as soon as it comes back on to the station, and we can unleash our level 7 attack. The unfortunate thing is I will always take this attack, which is the weaker one of the two, thankfully. Basically straight to the face, but there's not much I can do about this. Another crit, wow! That is already 20% of the life gone of the Mana Beast. That's really awesome, actually. Another Dispel Magic, so it has to use Wall again. 102, not too much. Same deal. 2-frame window. And it immediately casts another spell. However, the second Lucent Beam was also cancelled out by me using the first Dispel Magic already. So it's all fine. Oh. Poor misunderstood Mana Beast, I'm sorry. And let me check that. Oh wow. Thank you. Headerizer donated $20. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that. That's really awesome. And the donation comment reads: hope this covers your top layer consumption for the near future. Money goes to Ark discovering he is the pawn on a chessboard of evil versus good. Nice. Alrighty. I'll do that. Thank you very much. Headerizer, and this is going to for Terranigma. Okay, 353. We have currently about 25% of the Mana Beast's HP depleted. And I think once again here I'm just going to go and start charging up. Maybe level 5 is fine. Level 5 does about 100 damage more. Thank you very much, Headerizer. I really appreciate that. Okay, Dispel Magic again. Just because it gives me more time to do stuff. Also, I probably want to use Dispel Magic slightly later. This way I don't have to use an additional Mitch Mallet. You bought this game a week ago for $80. Totally worth it. $80? That seems like a decently good deal. Nice. That's pretty awesome. Wait a little bit, and then we cast another Dispel Match. We would cast another Dispel Magic. Okay. Oh, I can't do that. Oh. Okay. What I wanted to do is I wanted to pick me the Sprite. Because Pygmid Sprite has less recovery frames, as in like 2 seconds less recovery time when it gets knocked to the floor from getting hit by a Lucent Beam. So that could have been rather helpful. But it's all good, we are fine. These runs just make me want to play the game again so badly. That sounds good. The Chrono Trigger card was €100. Wow. I assume that's just a card without the shipping portion. They are quite expensive. So I'm going to heal up here. Unless I land a critical hit, this is not going to deal any damage. Oh. Okay, got it. Once again, the second Lucent Beam didn't hit because I was already in charge mode. This should be decent damage. Oh, it would be. Okay, this is the scary portion because it knocks me to the floor. And I don't get to do stuff in the meantime. Can still Dispel Magic though. Alrighty. I basically took a little risk there. Could backfire because I don't have that many recovery items anymore. Probably want to be a bit more careful. Actually, considering how quick I am to charge up my attack. Maybe I can charge up my attack all the way to level 7 and then hit it after it uses the wall without taking the damage from the second flight. This works, alrighty. The risk would be if it immediately throws a laser right after. Okay. The risk would be if it throws a laser immediately right after it would be basically ready again. Also those swings, they deal 0 damage, but if you land a critical hit, they would probably deal about 100. So it could be handy. Too early. The Chrono Trigger card for $10? Wow, that's pretty impressive. Rental store is going out of business. Oh, I don't even have a Chrono Trigger card. So sad. I have more time to charge up my weapon and probably hit him before the wall if he comes from above. I guess this is one of the few times where you want the mana beast to come from above. Okay, never mind. The normal slashes without, even with criticism, don't deal any damage to the mana beast because the sprite is so weak physically. Can I show off the glitch mana beast graphics? Only if I sacrifice a minute. I can do this. Oh, shoot. Wow. That was not clever. That was not clever at all. I'd rather not do this during the sprite combat here. To be honest. I can do this during the boys run. Okay, we got this. Wow, this is actually one of those times where the mana beast would have shot too quickly, or to cancel it out, to cancel its own damage out. So I would have not even gotten hit there, or more specifically, I would have gotten hit once. Contemplating using chocolate here. So this is a little bit of a waste to use a chocolate here, however, if I get comboed, that is actually the only real risk. So as long as I don't have to take a risk, I'd rather not. As long as I played well, I should not even take any damage here. Uh-oh. This is where it gets dangerous. Oh, actually 14 damage whacked. Yeah, second one I managed to get. It actually did not even cast wall again, so I'm fine to do this. I just was looking for my bottle of orange juice. Turns out it's already empty. No. The only card you have is only Earthbound, so you got that where you're going at least. Yeah, Earthbound is pretty good. Having an Earthbound card is really nice. Okay, got it. I wonder whether Acid Rain sticks around for long enough. Acid Rain has a set duration for lowering defense, which probably could matter a little bit. But I don't know whether it sticks around for long enough to last an entire round. Actually, I could have probably cast it on the second go here of the Mana Beast. That would have been likely more beneficial to me. Like around here. Instead of using the Midge Mallet. Would also stop the Mana Beast in its track, and I could have more time to charge up my weapon and hit it before the wall arrives. Okay, this is about 100 damage more thanks to the Acid Rain. However, I don't know when it's going to run out. Okay, about... It lasts 75% of a cycle, approximately. Oh, Can I still target you over there? I can. Wonder whether that still hits. It does. So it has no longer a barrier. I actually saw it. Thank you, Leflin. But I answered to that. Basically, I'd rather not do this during the Sprite's Mana Beast fight, to be honest. I can do this during the boys or the girls' Mana Beast fight. But the Sprite one would be... I'd rather just make this as safe as possible, to be completely honest with you. They stopped breaking the game and has no more bones left almost. Sorry. I don't really have much of a choice, unfortunately. You still hear Yaga's impression of the photographer every time you play Earthbound. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. I do tend to miss quite a few things during stuff, so feel free to repeat stuff if you feel like I didn't see it. This defense is ridiculous. It's 450 defense, which means even if I deal 999 damage, mine's 450, maximum is 550. Which actually is more like reduced to even less than that. We did land 2 crits already in the initial area, so that's a good plus. How many more marijuanas do I have? 1. Okay, this is kind of where I start getting worried. Technically speaking, I don't need any magic. It all went alright, but magic is basically my insurance ticket. So Acid Storm reduces defense. By the way, all defense lowering and increasing effects are essentially 25%. 171 damage. I really shouldn't slash here, that's pretty unhealthy. Woohoo! Hey Leon, how are you doing? Magic skill up. Level 7. Unfortunately quite useless. How does the Sprite fight compared to the boy and girl fight? Very slowly. He needs a much higher level to deal any form of substantial damage. He almost needs the mana sword to win. And his main defense is just kind of removing the mana beast defense by removing wall, so mana beast has to recast wall every single turn whenever I'm attacking here. That gives me basically more time to charge up my weapon all the way to level 7 without taking damage from the previous attacks by deflecting them by using the Mage Mallet. The boy has it much easier. He just kind of almost naturally does 450 damage pretty much every time, which is the regular maximum you can do without leveling up too much at all. Plus, the laser beams are a lot less scary, since with the Sprite, as I said, it's about a 2-frame window for me to open up the menu and on time to deflect those laser beam attacks whenever they get thrown at me. For the bow, it's like a 3-frame window, maybe even 4. Either way, I can hit that reliably with the boy with little to no trouble. It's not reliable with the girl or the Sprite, but the girl has Lucid Barrier. Oh, that was level 8. That's his rain. The girl has Lucid Barrier against physical attacks, so she can actually just straight up use that. Plus, the boy and the girl also basically have infinite resources to go along with the other things. As in infinite resources in the sense of they don't need to worry about running out of items, since they can't just do equipment trashing. Can he ask you something? So, sure, go ahead, Leon. What is it? I can probably use the acid rain here already. Will last long enough for my attack. Then use the fairy walnut. Greetings, Yandershatum. How are you doing? How's the estimated time until reach the mana beast with the boy? About 8 hours, I would guess. So the boy is significantly slower and Sprite and the girl to get anywhere. But as long as I'm doing it properly, it should be reliable. Can I pixel a lot of more stuff for you and then show them? You can pixel as much as you would like to have, Leon. It's just I would likely eventually just kind of stop adding random things and more want to have as more focused and... what's the word? Just kind of higher quality in the end. Like initially a bit of trying out and seeing what works and what doesn't is fine. But the more it is, the better quality I feel like it should be. So I'm going to... I don't have chocolate anymore. "18 hours to go, indeed. Thank you, Chase Bro. He'll pick a lot of secret mana for training. Well, go ahead. I'm happy to see that. You can also post it in our Discord, in the creative channel, or in the art channel if you'd like to. Maybe get some feedback on what you could do better, what you could improve, etc. So that should be awesome. Thank you. Oh yeah, if the goal is going to be glitchless, that means I will not have equipment trashing. Okay, I have no idea how much longer this is going to take. Okay, I'm pretty sure... yeah, he's flying away. Manavi's magic faded, which is exactly from the acid rain lowering defense for pretty much exactly 1 turn. Hey BWC, how are you doing? Is there a special reason for the marathon? Well, how to put it? The short version is I don't earn enough to make a living. I kind of would like to continue living. It's not quite that extreme, but in the end, if we want to keep the stream alive, I will probably have to do those kinds of marathons once in a while, until we have more subscribers. The ultimate goal is to just kind of be able to live off subscribers alone, maybe remove the donation button and replace it with a charity button. That would be lovely. You never know what the future brings, so I will want to save up a bit of money on the side before I do that. However, currently I'm just kind of making a few negative numbers, unfortunately. Uh-oh. Hi. So this is where I heal up. Back to full. I think the mana beast should be defeated soon. I believe my previous, without the mana sword, run with the Sprite took me like 40 minutes to defeat the mana beast, just because I was doing the careful approach here. And if I think about back, one of my earlier solo girls runs, I actually played this fight super risky, and I didn't even know it was super risky because I never got chain kill or chained by lightning or lucent beams over and over again. There we go. Good night, sir. With this, the Sprite solo challenge is complete. What games do I speedrun? Let's see. I have a fair bit of a list for that. I have no idea where that boomerang comes from, by the way, but it happens when the boy is not present. It's kind of strange. Which games do I speedrun? Let's see. Chronologically speaking, I wanna be the guy guiding, I wanna be the Boshi, then Seeker of Mana, afterwards we went into, I think, Terranigma? Then Wings of We, Goof Troop, Tales of Fantasia, Seiken Zetsu 3. Rockman X is there in somewhere as well. GG! Just 2 characters to go, and a little bit of intermission as well. Take care, happy camper. Thank you for stopping by. Have a nice evening. Wings of We. No, it's the way you wrote it first, all box. What else did I do? That sure is some wording on the short command. What did I do with the short one? Whoa, Whisper Kill 52 just subscribed, thank you. Welcome, and well, I hope you enjoy your stay. If you'd like to allocate your subscribers thingy, somewhere feel free to, well, tell me where I should put it. Thank you so much. That sure is some wording. I see. Also, if you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of Seeker of Mana, the lady is kind of stuck in the... I've never seen that. I probably have seen that before. Okay. The cutscene is slightly messed up. Either way, at the end of the credits there in Secret of Mana, there's actually a full moon, a crescent moon, or a 2/3 moon. Which one it is, we actually have no idea. It's going to be one of those. If you'd like to get your guesses in which one it's going to be, feel free to get. I forgot to split. I actually didn't technically forget to split. I forgot that I didn't have global hotkeys on, but thank you. I appreciate that. Heads up. Let's see. Tales of Fantasia. Never get enough of Tales. Alrighty, sounds good. I like Tales of Fantasia a lot. Thank you very much. Japanese split at the end of credits. I can do that, really, in theory. I see. I guess it could be interpreted that way. If you'd like to give me a better wording for that, H's, I can update that, or anyone for that matter. I'm not good with putting stuff in a short at all, so I'm open for suggestions. It isn't quite that extreme, as I said. I do survive, but probably would have to stop streaming sometime soon. Well, not entirely, but to kind of tone it down quite a significant amount. I'm the RPG kind of guy, and I kind of am, but I also really like stupid challenges, I guess. Or difficult challenges, for that matter. Like, platformer with really, really high difficulty really appeal to me. Like, recently I played through Die, like DYE. That was a really good game, kind of like Super Meat Boy, but in my opinion better. Oh. If you allow, I'm going to eat one of my sandwiches here, and then we go over to the first portion of the Cthulhu reading portion. Let me check that real quick. Morma still donated $20. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that. Take my money. Good run so far. Good luck on the next one. Lurk, lurk. Wow. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. If you would like to put your money towards a certain bid war, feel free to message me or put it in chat. Once again, thank you so much. Whoa. Gak or Jack. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy your stay. What's on the sandwich? On the sandwich there is nothing currently. A little bit of plastic wrapping to keep it fresh. Either way, also Gak, if you would like to allocate it to a specific place, feel free to tell me that. Where I should put your $5 there from the subscription. Have no sandwiches in Secret of Mana? I'm sure we can make some. First one already done, indeed. Hey Chilean, good evening. How are you doing? So, which moon do we get? Nomet? Nomet. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. Sandwich with plastic? No, the plastic is on top of it to keep it fresh. I specifically answered the question what's on the sandwich. I'm sorry. I like to take that literal. It's basically just turkey slices, pickles, bread. That's it. And I guess a little bit of butter. Put it on Evermore. Nice. Alrighty, we'll do that. Thank you so much. Evermore is getting competitive. I like that. Alrighty, ends. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a 2/3 moon. So, alrighty, I'm going to take a 2 to 3 minute break, then we have a short intermission with the Call of Cthulhu Part 1, and well, we'll see how far else we get with other things. Wow, hang on a second.